Let's kick into it, and get just about everyone's here. Cool.
Kia ora. Thanks to the Mayor and councillors for allowing us this time to do this presentation on Target Reserve. So the purpose of this presentation, and you'll notice too that we've actually as you go through, you'll notice we've shortened this presentation as opposed to what we sent out a couple of days ago. So hopefully that will help move this along. So we're just presenting feedback received so far on the drafting of this development plan. So that's in consultation with iwi partners and a number of stakeholders that are at that site as well. So we're looking at capturing, we're doing this through with the stakeholders, but looking at capturing and generating ideas that individual elected members may have about the future use of Target Reserve as well. If people aren't as familiar with it, it's 132 hectares in size as well, so it's a very large recreation reserve that we've got in Foxton. We also want to just talk about some of the existing limitations that we've got, because we've got a number of current agreements which are already locked in on the site and may require us to take a more of a either segmented or staged approach to how we develop the site, as well as exploring our next steps for this work. So what are the questions we're asking? So we're, based on all the feedback from the partners and stakeholders, how do the councillors wish to progress this development plan, I guess is the key question. Options to consider at the end of this. Do we want to undertake a broader public consultation about seeking ideas about recreation proposals on the site? Another key thing that we need to resolve is about the positioning of key infrastructure as well. So, for example, we've got a very underutilised paddock, which is a more central part of the reserve, which could be an ideal sort of centre point, or congregation point for the reserve, and with enough room to create sort of appropriate car parking, toilets, maybe a smaller playground, for example. But we also have a piece of land at the very northern end of the reserve as well. It's not within Target Reserve, but it's HDC owned. It's the old stockyards from the past, and there's a land title there that could be used as a supplementary area for infrastructure, like a small toilet maybe, and more car parking there. But that's an option we can work through. So obviously it meets all of these aspects too, what we're doing here in terms of councils knowing and then seeing what we're doing, and actually the doing part. What are we going to do to advance this development plan? So just very quickly, bit of background. Sizable recreation reserve at the northern end of Foxton. Discussion in recent years with councillors have got us to the point where we really need to develop a plan and a game plan for this reserve going forward. As I said, 132 hectares in size, but with a number of existing arrangements. Example, the Levin Pistol Club are there, Horowhenua Paintball, the Foxton Golf Club. There's a farming operation there that councillors will be aware of from a lease that went through, I think, last year with Poplar Partnerships. That's in the northern part of that reserve, as well as an MOU that we've entered into with the Manawatu Mountain Biking Club as well, for track building in the southern forested area. And just on that forest block, that's part of our carbon credits portfolio, and it's a managed pine forest, and with a harvest time frame very proximate, somewhere around that 2028-2029. The reserve itself, historically, it's been pretty low use other than these very specific arrangements within it, but I just do want to highlight too that, this reserve, not only is the size attractive for developing something there long term, but also it's centrally placed within the lower North Island, and all of the expressway work that's been going on in the region really lends itself to some kind of recreation hub, because it's we're finding that location is very much on the radar in terms of people wanting to look at options about recreation. Just going into the options, some ways to increase this usage of this park long term as we develop it. Obviously car parking, which is not allowed for in any formal note at the moment. A Another key part will be safe entry and exit points from the reserve, whether this is from State Highway 1 or alternatively from Bergen Road on the other side, away from the main highway. I'll just talk about those options a little bit later in the presentation. Obviously, parks infrastructure, parks toilets, small playground. But I do need to note too that this development plan, once signed off, it doesn't guarantee funding for these actions within the plan and developing the reserve. Those will be brought through the long-term plan process or future ones. So in addition to all of that, officers have sought views from partners and stakeholders regarding the opportunity to create a multi-use pathway on the exterior or the perimeter of Target Reserve as well, which could include horse riding. So the consultation process, so iwi partners have been engaged to complete a cultural impact assessment for this reserve, and that will be an important piece of work that goes across the whole reserve to get that understanding from iwi and hapu about what their aspirations for the site are. As you can see there, I'm not going to name them all, there's 9 different stakeholders that I've consulted with as well.
Sean, can I just ask Doc, what's their involvement in Target Reserve? Just so I'm really clear for everyone.
So DOC don't have a direct relation, obviously HDC own the recreation reserve itself, Target Reserve, but they own and manage Roundbush Reserve, which is at the northern end of Target Reserve. Yeah. So if, for example, we did look at doing an exterior perimeter track, we could engage with DOC and iwi about whether that would be appropriate in there or not. But probably in the presentation too, I've also mentioned that if those discussions, if that was too difficult to do that, or if there was too much environmental impact on that space, we could just restrict that perimeter track to just Target Reserve as well. Okay, just going on to iwi partner feedback. So we've commissioned a cultural impact assessment. Obviously, we don't have the results of that yet, and that's still going on. But they've requested this work, and they're supporting the Target Reserve development plan in this way. But this cultural impact assessment will frame up any mitigations that they believe are required, or any potential impacts on the reserve development. And they've also noted that it's a very important site for them as well. And when I have delved into the history of that reserve, it's also very incredibly important for the history of Foxton in general as well. Okay, so the community board, the Te Awahoa Foxton Community Board, had a meeting on the 19th of August where I went and presented just a brief summary of what we're doing here with this development plan. There wasn't too many questions there other than really about had we looked into the possibility of the main entrance being from Bergen Road rather than State Highway 1. What I would say there, and I'll go into a little bit more detail just shortly, but it's complicated by the fact that we don't have HDC don't have land ownership on that Bergen Road side, which, immediately from Bergen Road through to Target Reserve. So you would either be looking at property purchase there, or much more realistically, access agreements with Foxton Racing Club over their land. So key findings of the consultation. So it's fair to say that most stakeholders don't have an expansive view about the whole of Target Reserve or their vision of it in that way, but more on their own existing activity needs. Apart from iwi partners, who will be going across the whole reserve, of course, with their cultural impact assessment, there's only been 2 stakeholders that I've consulted with that had that larger vision. One being the equestrian grouping, who have given me a proposal about Target Reserve, which includes the forest as well as the poplar partnerships or the farming operation at the northern end. The other is, of course, the mountain biking group, which have an MOU for 5 years, so they're in place building those tracks as we speak, and they're in place now with that 5-year agreement through to 2029. they, in my consultation with them about the longer term, they are definitely in, their view is they're definitely in for the long haul. They want to see a mountain biking park in that site and improved infrastructure, as we're talking about here, to facilitate that. I guess a key question really here is about whether the councillors want feedback from the wider community or other potential recreation users, rather than just these existing stakeholders that we've done at the moment.
Yeah, just a view on, or answering your question, would be that there's a number of user groups, and I imagine that they don't all live in Foxton. Yes, some could live around the district, even outside, so they might want to express their support for this development. So I think for that reason it needs to go wider, and it could attract more users because perhaps they didn't know that these activities are occurring and want to take part. And then as well as if it's some of it's going to be funded through the general rate everyone's paying, whether you live there or not, so an opportunity for them to input as well is good.
Just a question, Sean. Apart from iwi and the other 9 listed groups, have you heard expressions of interest wider, more regionally, other than those identified in the report?
No, we have not. But having said that, Councillor, we haven't actively gone out and sought those either.
I also wonder, David.
Thanks, Justin. And to agree with Piri's point, and just sort of, given this is a long-term project, the opportunity for it to mesh with the Foxton Beach community plan, because we've got those 5 themes, and I think it does come. Oh, I suspect there's some nodding, having already thought of it. But yeah, good. Thank you.
She's thinking about the wider recreational assessment that's going on currently. I can't remember who's doing it now, sorry, but maybe that could inform what's missing in the region that helps us to target specific groups. But I also wanted to say, so in all the conversations we've had in this space, it's always only ever been about who's using it and the arrangements we make to use it. I suppose I was a little bit taken aback when we started talking about using a council paddock, putting in an ablution facility and all of these types of things, which I don't know whether we ever envisioned. I certainly know I didn't envision knowing that such infrastructure would be required. And I just had a quick word with Councillor Barker to understand perhaps how some of the clubs operate, and they're very self-sufficient. So, if they have a club operating out there right now, they take their own means to look after their club members. And so my concern is, if we were to put in such an installation, obviously it has to be State Highway 1. That takes away your options immediately from Bergen Road. And then is it our own access or someone else's? But obviously we're going to put the facility on our own land. So again, you're limiting your options. And then my concern is that ongoing cost of maintaining such an area. And I mean, if we had a wider vision of the reserve and the multiple uses, and then we got some numbers to tell us how many people are actually actively going to use it, how many cars are we drawing, how many people are going to be visiting the toilet apart from State Highway 1, that might justify it, but otherwise it's a little bit scary thinking we may have set ourselves up for something maybe we didn't know was coming.
Council, I'll just respond to that. I think the infrastructure development of the reserve really has to have a purpose. So what I'm saying is if for example, the decision was made and the direction of the development plan was more of just enhancing the status quo, then the infrastructure response would be accordingly,
Yeah, I'm absolutely 100% same thinking as Justin on this. Like, when I got the slide pack, I was a little bit surprised by the potential scale and complexity. Like, I just thought, wow, this is way bigger than I ever was anticipating what the purpose of this development plan was. And probably some of the language, like, for example, one of the slides earlier talking about ways to increase usage of the site. I think it just probably reminded to me that we need to have really clear objectives about what is the purpose of this development plan, because increasing the usage of the site is not a priority for me. Personally, it might be a priority of others around the table, but so I was a little bit nervous about how big this could get, how big it could be in terms of required spend, because it doesn't feel like a priority spend right now, or even in a couple of years' time when we come to do LTP. Yes, it would be good to have some information around needs and aspirations so that we can then plan that. But I think that some reflection on the objective, and then also what is the development plan actually going to be used for? So it's going to be used to inform the long-term plan. So maybe it could have a couple of parts, which is sort of a short-term focus in terms of particular needs right now to meet the existing users, but then something that captures the aspirations and the vision for the future, so that we can make decisions through the LTP when in the 20-year or potentially 10-year pipeline, when does this fall? When could we start to see maybe we do need to allocate either lump sums or some progressive funding? So that's just my take.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, I'll just respond to that. That's really helpful. You may recall that this was an item on the action monitoring report and kind of stemmed from the previous long-term plan process when elected members had a number of requests around the future of the target reserve and what seemed to be the MOU with the mountain bike club. And so that's where this has been established from. And keeping in mind that last week Mark and I were here talking about the Recreation Strategic Investment Plan. So obviously there is some linkages between that as well.
Yeah, and just picking up on that theme, how I see it is very much as a long-term process which is well thought out, which has some key milestones. Funding is an absolutely crucial issue, and I don't for one moment anticipate that council is the sole funder of this. So we're serious about a long-term use of what is it's a farm, in terms of the site, it's huge, just shy of 400 acres or whatever. Then the opportunity to look at regionally about what this can look like, how it can be funded through a number of streams, I think is very important. And just a quick comment on the access, which I know is sort of getting into the weeds a bit. We can't automatically say Highway 1 is the only option, because as the report points out, there could be real challenges with Waka Kotahi when it comes to allowing that. Then the report makes it very clear that they are probably going to push back strongly. So that was, I think, the driver behind the community board saying we need to look at the back entrances as an alternative.
Councillor, can I just following on from your comment there? I think I would agree with you, and I think as an officer, I've had quite a bit to do in recent years with the Foxton Racing Club on a number of initiatives. You may well be aware that the NZMCA park that has gone on Foxton Racing Club land was facilitated by, an officer like me was fully involved in helping facilitate that with the three parties. I think there's a lot of goodwill being generated with the racing club on that basis. So the option to look at the racing club's existing access way off Bergen Road, and council being able to potentially work with them about coming up with an arrangement to do something from that side is very viable in my opinion.
Lacey, I think though that we do need to do that overarching recreational strategic review before we start getting into the weeds and of a specific target reserve like this. I also think the Foxton Community Plan can play a part in this because while it's great that we consult with everybody and things like that, you're never going to reach consensus about a park if you've got 25 people or groups trying to work out what their requirements are. Everyone's going to have their voice and say, well, no, sorry, I don't like what you want, I want this. So the community do need to have an input into it, but I don't want to overdo it type of thing. It's, we should have faith in your abilities to be able to, and the stakeholders who are currently using it, to actually come up with a decent interim plan and project, because the strategic direction overall is going to play a significant part in where we allocate funding and project prioritisation in terms of the future.
Do you want to respond before I? Oh, so ditto on the point. Get the strategic recreation strategy done first before diving into any one project and taking it too far and you struggle to pull it back. And I guess the couple of points I'd make, the access, I mean, that all come at a different price tag, I imagine, and the numbers aren't in there, so that's a big question mark for me. The other thing is there's reference to combining Victoria Park. Now, that absent of, I guess, the Foxton Community Plan, but even, I think that's a bit of a reach. Yes, it's in the neighbourhood, but and it limits to what else it could be if we decide too soon that I'll put it with this package, and then I'm not saying it's going to be housing or commercial, whatever, but anything else would be off the table as soon as we decide, that's part of Target Reserve's development plan now, and we need to be open to what else, given that once O2 and now's built and the traffic's coming quick, well, thicker or faster, maybe 110 k's, is it? Mindful of what else could happen in that place.
And just to jump in to say that was on my mind too, Victoria Park, there's this huge potential for that elsewhere around opportunities. I don't think the board directly discussed that, so I'd be interested in their view, but my view at this stage is it's not connected and it is too important as a parcel of land for other opportunities.
I was just going to note, so Bergen Road keeps coming up, and I've heard it come up in a couple of spaces of late. So I'm probably just wanting to know if there's anything you can share with me around data, around flooding issues that are being recently raised, and also if we've got any developments in the pipeline for that same area, housing developments, building developments, anything. I'm actually just interested to know, is there anything else out there? And I'm quite aware at the last Foxton flood, Mr. Roach made it extremely clear in that meeting that he had no history of issues on Bergen Road, and he's born and bred there. So again, I'm just trying to understand why we're being touted towards Bergen Road. So if you can help me with some information, that would be great.
Thank you, Councillor Tamihana. The discussion about Bergen Road was more about how complex it is with the other options. So this Bergen Road is the only viable option that we've got to discuss with, say, in terms of an entranceway into the reserve. There's three other entranceways all on State Highway 1, one being the Foxton Golf Course, but that's locked in with a lease with them. So any negotiations with them about widening out that use of that entranceway for the broader park would have to be we'd have to discuss it with them. The other two entrances are actually on Foxton Racing Club land from State Highway 1, and again that would be a negotiation with them. But the point of those three access or entranceways is that they are existing ones. So just so that councillors are aware, you may well be already, but I'll just reinforce the point, is that stretch of State Highway 1 is a limited access way zone. under NZTA rules. So essentially, yes, we'd be in discussions with them about any development of broader development of one of those entranceways that are existing, but it's a completely different kettle of fish to do our own access way as well, which would be a whole new one, and then that may well force a lot of cost to even get an agreement from NZTA, even in principle, for us going ahead with that. Even though I think if it was a blank slate and money wasn't an object, that's pretty much where you would be going in terms of the main entranceway into the park. I think it might be Manawatu Racing, a larger conglomerate.
It's Dockland, as Justin pointed out.
So that I guess a couple of the questions that I had after reading through this was, what's the strategic feature of the Foxton Racing Club? And so you're reading through there's a closeness there, right? And so I'd be wanting to understand what's that going to look to into the future. Absolutely ditto that this falls into that whole recreational review to help inform where we invest. That's a bit of a no-brainer. I like the concept from the perspective that one of the 9 stakeholder groups, there's a lot of groups in there that potentially haven't had a lot of investment or time from a recreational sense, so it's good to see the spread of use. I guess the key important thing is that they all appear to have a relative willingness to work together in terms of they use, I'm not sure of the terminology, but I'm thinking user group, and I think that that's something to harness to. I'd let them do the community engagement piece rather than us. So, and that might feed into those Foxton plans, but I think that those clubs have an importance of generating the support, telling their story to the community as part of that wider view, and I'd put that on them. I really like the concept of the pathway multi-use, and there seems to be really genuine alignment. And from the perspective, to your point, Sam, it's actually it's a facility that gets our community moving, which then contributes to our community well-being piece. So the fact that I can jump on my electronic bike or jump on a cycle or go for a walk around a facility like that, I think would be quite attractive to bring in. So I guess the one underlying piece is that that all parties realise it's a community asset that doesn't have exclusive rights to one party over the other, that it is a multi-use space that's shared and enjoyed by the community, and as long as we stick to that line, then all well and good. So I think
Did you before I go? Oh, just one question about the access way then. So that is only really can you just correct me if I'm wrong? That's only a live issue if we continue to develop the site. So the access way issue, optioneering, discussion, decision making follows any decisions around where, what part, how, to what extent we might develop the site. In terms of what we're doing right now, in terms of the activities that are happening right now, is the access way adequate, fit for purpose right now, or is there another safety or other needs? So I'm just kind of trying to define the problem right now. Is this a now problem? Is this a future problem? And at what point? Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's a bit of everything what you said there, really. What I mean by that is that we own the access way that goes through to the golf course, but of course it's subject to that lease with them. There's two other access ways just to the north of the Foxton Racing Club. They are both on land owned by Foxton Racing Club. So if you wanted to look at it in that sense about an open and very public access way or entrance way into Target Reserve right now, we don't have one. Other than use or
So the people that are
Goodwill use.
using Target Reserve right now, though, have a safe and usable access way,
Yes.
and so the only thing that would trigger the requirement for development of an improvement of an access way or development of a new access way would be further development, or councillors around this table agreeing that an objective or a priority is to increase the usage, open it up, make it more publicly accessible. Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just mindful of time and that you've got quite a big agenda today, and this is when we were meant to finish up. From what I have heard so far is that there's kind of a two-way split in terms of how we move forward with this development plan, so the short term and then a longer term, with the short term concentrating on the current users and their needs. I've also heard that the recreational strategic investment plan needs to come first, and that a strong desire to obviously connect in with the mahi that's being done for the Foxton and Foxton Beach community plans. Yes.
And then there was the alignment with the other community plans, and the CIA was an outstanding piece of work, and I think it's important. That's an important piece because that might inform how iwi seeing a part of the reserve potentially being used, given Ōmaru Papako and the significance of that particular area. Yeah.
So can I just test check with the table based on how Lacey has just reflected the feedback we've heard today? There's been some previous conversations where there's kind of been some frustration around the council table that we've been talking about a target reserve development plan for some time, and the message we got was hurry up, give it priority. You're not saying it's not a priority, but you're telling us that we need to go slower because we need to make sure that the strategic recreation investment plan is a priority over this piece of work, which means the commitment we gave for this work to land by this calendar year won't happen. And you're okay with that as governors?
Yes. Yes, and also recognising that there will be that localism, that input through the community plan, which will make sure that we continue to have the input through that mechanism as well. So that's my view.
I can't talk for Councillor Brannigan, but he'd say no. This is overdue. But I agree with Councillor Allen that actually, but we can't get a no, speed it up, and I know Ross would want to see it done yesterday, but I can't see the level of investment being justified where you can't compare apples with apples or apples with pears without that work being done.
And despite not having this development plan completed, there is still the progressive work with the new mountain bike group, and things are still happening in that space regardless, and it's just the access point that you've highlighted. But again, like David said, it's that first and then that.
There are Foxton Community Board representatives as well behind us, so maybe they might have an opinion since they've sat in on the discussion.
I'm sure they don't. I'm sure they do, and there'll be appropriate time for them to say what they want. Just recognising what Sean said beforehand, this is not in the LTP yet, so there's been no funding allocated as well. So while it might be, good that we move ahead with reports and investigations and process. We can't decide anything until an LTP comes along anyway in terms of allocating the appropriate funding for it. Look, thanks for all your work on this, Sean. Appreciate it. And I'm sure in the meantime there will be good progress in terms of thinking around where and what might happen with that reserve.
Yeah, my only closing comment really is just I don't want to forget the equestrians. I just need to say that because I feel like it's falling off the radar, and they are the loudest voices that come through to us around Target Reserve and any of our reserves. So please ensure that they are still considered as we go forward.
Can we just have 5 minutes Okay, let's get into the really exciting topic of solid waste bylaw. Tatiana, you've got to make it exciting for us. I'm sure you will.
Welcome, David. Welcome, Rob. And all yours.
Thank you, Mayor Burney, elected members. Good afternoon. And to Mayor Burney's point, I won't be presenting this. Tatiana would. I'm sure you will meet Tatiana because she'll make it far more exciting than I will. But the solid waste bylaw, this is the first iteration in respect to the fact of the process and the main aim of what we're trying to achieve through reviewing the solid waste bylaw this time is and through the clean version that you have is really back to basics and simplifying it, trying to make it more user friendly, and so the community can better understand the conditions. Also supported by education and awareness focus rather than punitive, but understand that will provide council with the or officers with the better ability to manage the bylaw. So on that note, I'll hand it to you, Tatiana. Thank you.
The purpose of today's presentation is to present the solid waste bylaw draft and to seek feedback prior to council decision for the draft and supporting documents to enable preparation for consultation material. Bit of a disclaimer, the PDF that was sent through the marked up changes didn't have all of the marked up changes, but that's now in a portal as a Word document if you want to refer to that during this. But we're going over all the changes in this presentation anyway, so don't worry too much about that. This draft is aimed to make the bylaw simpler, user-friendly, accessible to the public, and future-proof. Cool. We're at the do stage. We want you to give us feedback, direction, ideas, and guidance. The current bylaw is due for renewal as it's reached the end of its 10-year cycle. It's no longer fit for purpose as the old bylaw was written when the district had private recycling collections and have since moved to council-provided curbside recycling collections. Lastly, officers are looking at greater flexibility for operational changes. Overall, the bylaw links to the following council values. We have outstanding environment, strong communities, and partnerships with tangata whenua. We plan to engage with tangata whenua early in the consultation process, using our internal and existing resources and connections, and that's so they can factor it in with their work and other demands. The bylaw renewal was approved by council in July. Today we're here with an update on the draft bylaw. Following today's presentation, we'll take on feedback and come back with the draft bylaw in October, before consultation, which would be mid-January to mid-March. The last step is adoption of the bylaw, and that's due to be May 2025. The bylaw has several connecting pieces. From the bylaw we have other supporting documents. These are the operations manual, collector's license, event waste management plan, and enforcement notices. We'll go over these in the following slides. The main changes to the bylaw include updating definitions, and this is just to ensure that we're consistent with other acts and other council documents. We've moved the licensing section and the event waste management section to the operations manual. Also, the old bylaw stated special event waste management, and I've just removed the word special, just so it simplifies it to event waste management, and that's just to ensure that we can cover more events and therefore reduce more waste. the bylaw has been restructured a little to make it easier to follow, but the bones of it's still there. Yeah. Just, do we have any questions before we move on to the supporting documents?
It was probably just that question around events and the definition of events, because I don't think it's in the bylaw anymore, is it? Because it's going to be in the operations manual around like what would trigger the event management plan being required. So, what is the thinking that would capture any event, or would it be at a certain point of like number of people, or like what's going to be the trigger?
That's something we have to work on, and we're going to work with the events team on that and around that. Like our current, there's a slide about that, but like our current bylaw states that every event has to have one, but that would mean that like even council meetings would have to have a plan, which so we have to work on that internally.
That, given, just in reference to the licensing section, which I'm going to take like page 12, where it specifically talks to the commercial waste collector licenses. Will we, in the process of this bylaw, do targeted engagements so that the current operators are all well across this, and that the changes, if any, that may impact them?
When you're saying targeted, are you talking about with the collectors? Yeah. So our plan is to, after this, to write letters and just let them know about the bylaw consultation and then also the licensing. Just meet with them, build that relationship, take them on the journey with us as well, because they'll probably have feedback too.
It's also very similar to what we're doing with the trade wastes bylaw in respect to the operational side. We'll take care of all the registrations, and we're taking all those businesses associated with that bylaw on that journey, so they understand from an operational perspective what it means, rather than including all that in the bylaw.
There will also be quite considerable changes from the previous licensing regime. That was quite a comprehensive, in-depth piece of material. So we're moving to a very simplified form that's a lot clearer and more to the point. And we do plan to make sure that all of those commercial operators are approached individually and spoken to individually prior or during that consultation process.
Probably just struggling a little bit to keep up here because I'm looking at 3 or 4 different documents. I've got one in my agenda for today. I've got one that you've provided in the portal of your briefing, and then I've got one that's a marked up solid waste bylaw that's been sent by another one. So I've got 3 different documents I'm trying to refer to. So that's the first point of contention for me. But one of the things that I was just going to mention was I was in one of the parts in here, I can't find it now because I don't know which document to refer to anymore, but you had the wording was an individual and a maximum fine of up to $20,000 or something to that effect. And I struggle with the wording individual. And I was going to say, shouldn't it be the operator or company, and wouldn't the levels of fines be different for those, whether they're an individual, they're an operator, as a company operator, and then there's a company responsibility for their operator that might be breaking rules. So that was, I think it's in here. I just can't refer exactly where it is, but you definitely, in several points, put individual, and that was one of the things that came through for me was who's the individual. The other one I was going to ask, we're very specific on detail in terms of where you place your bin on a berm, what you can and can't put on a lid. Very prescribed stuff for me, and funnily enough, I'm sitting there thinking, well, hold on, I don't have a relationship with council when I get a bin in. My relationship's with the waste person that collects my rubbish. So who am I making the bylaw for? Am I making it for me as a resident living in this town, or am I making the bylaw for the person that's providing me a service, and then I'm buying that service not from you? So that's just really a question I wanted to put to you guys today around all the bylaws that we create. Who are we making them for? Thanks. I probably don't need a full answer now, but that's just something that dawned on me reading these documents.
Yeah,
I just wonder before we get into the questions, we might just clarify the documents because fair call, Councillor Tamihana, and apologies that there's been a last minute document uploaded to the portal. The pre-reading that was provided to you included a full draft of the new draft bylaw. So nothing's changed in that. But then there was the track changes document so that you could see the amount of changes. And it just seems that obviously we didn't pick up all of the track changes. And so that's the additional document just so that you can see any other changes that for whatever reason wasn't captured in that initial track changes. Is that right, Tatiana? Cool. Okay. I'll hand over to the team to answer the...
Yes. Oh, you want to respond to Justin before I ask?
Because David was going to respond as well, but also in respect to, gosh, now I've lost my train of thought. But have you got something, David, that you can chime in, and then I'll get my train back?
yes. So one of your questions about who does it apply to? So the waste collectors will have a license, and there'll be also attached to that. It'll be inclusive in the operations manual, how they should have their waste presented at curbside. And also for those who are in the council's curbside recycling scheme, we've got guidelines in there as well to just make the whole process streamlined and simple for everyone to follow. And I guess the purpose of it being in the manual is that if we have to tweak it, it's quite easy to change things in that manual rather than going to a full consultative process to change things in a bylaw. So we'll have a separate document standing off to one side that we can make little tweaks to as required. But it's all about efficiencies. And people, essentially, the waste collector will be giving instructions based on the license provisions in that council licensing agreement they have with council. That'll be their guidelines as regarding how they present their waste and how they collect it.
Also,
Just take some time to reflect on my question, if I'm honest, because, again, I'm going to say if we were delivering the service in-house, I totally understand us making bylaws about how we're going to service our community, but when I'm paying an independent contractor, I have no relationship with the council, then what, how do the commercial operator, they can't enforce the bylaw, but they're the one that's providing the delivery service and the contract with me personally from my home.
Can I test this with you, Rob? Because I think I know the answer to the question, which is that basically the private operator, commercial operator, is using our property. So they're using our curbs, they're using the road, they're using the roadside. So that's our grip over the waste stream, that relationship. So yeah, while it might be a private commercial relationship between a customer and a company, we've got skin in the game in terms of this is impacting on public assets, public spaces, and also given our role and our obligations around waste minimisation in terms of legislation, that's our skin in the game. So I think it's those two components that the companies, but also applies to the individuals who live in our community.
Which I think we could clarify better in the draft bylaw, but it probably goes to your earlier point, Councillor Tamihana, about how we always reference an individual, but acknowledging that the individual is often representing a business or a company that is interacting in the environment that council either does or doesn't want to have a say on, but your WMMP says that you do want to have a say.
Yeah, very much so, and I think from both perspectives, that's very correct. But the collectors are very, and their license are very much operating in our zone, and from a land ownership perspective, but also if people are putting their rubbish bins out on the berm and then they don't put it in the right place, then that impacts on the people that are walking in that space or working in that space. The other thing is too, you can guarantee a private collector, if the weight of a bin is too high, or if the bin spills, or if a bin has been tipped over before they collect it, they won't stop and clean it up. So we have to provide guidelines to the public around whether they can use other people's bins, how they place their bins on the berm effectively, because we are representing those collectors and ensuring that the community understand how they have to present their bins for collection, because we can't rely on the collectors to do that. Some might, some won't, but it would be very messy.
So I'll give you a test then, because you're really stringent in your bylaw and you're very particular about where you want your bin placed. So on a really crappy stormy day, when we watch all the bins in our street blow over and all the rubbish contained in those bins blow over, some of us choose to relocate our bin a bit closer to our boundary fence or something, to particularly so it can stay there. Now, if I place my bin there, chances are your contractor is going to drive straight past my house because I haven't placed my bin in the right place. That's how pedantic this gets.
You possibly need to understand, bins need to be out by 7:30 in the morning. On a very stormy night, it's no good putting it out the night before. So it's understanding having those boundaries. But you're right, there's no perfect solution in respect. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess we use these bylaws sometimes as a deterrence rather than a punitive outcome, but a lot of the population are generally pretty good at that, but I certainly understand what you're saying, Councillor Tamahiri.
I've got a question around consistency, and where it talks about the donated goods collection, like those big bins, where they might be, I can think of a few that are around town, and then it goes into more specifics around the things that they need to adhere to, and in it specifically says that removal of graffiti. So if that bin has been graffitied, they're expected to clean that up. Essentially, this is how I read it. If that's the case, where's the consistency around when a chorus box is graffitied? Do we then tell them you need to clean that off? And likewise at outside a dairy where they've got certain types of things, and if that's graffiti, that's my point about consistency. Does it just apply to the donated goods collection boxes, or all kinds of boxes, or unit, whatever you want to call them? Because I understand, obviously I've been in the hearings committee ever since I've been on council, but at some point there's a tipping point where there's too much regulation, and I just pull that bit out, removing the graffiti off their box. If we are consistent with everything else and that applies, then I get it. But if it's just this one-off, I don't think that's necessarily fair.
I guess we're looking at if something's very offensive on one of those donated receptacles for maybe used clothing, and we have got some sort of power because there's an arrangement in place for them to meet certain standards. So we're only looking at what we can do in that waste minimisation rubbish area. For example, chorus, we wouldn't be able to move into that area because it's not our area of expertise or control.
I guess I'm asking us the question around consistency and our standards towards graffiti, whether it's offensive or just some initial, whatever it is, it's at what point, it gets a bit messy.
totally, oh, sorry to interrupt, but I totally agree really with your point in respect to the fact that if we do have standard operating agreements, then we possibly don't need it in a bylaw as well, given the fact that if these people are putting these donatable receptacles in, and part of that agreement is to keep them for graffiti clean, then we don't need that in a bylaw. So we'll take that feedback back on board.
Thanks, Prue, for raising that donated one, because I thought that was an interesting one. How you got to go through a process to notify council when you want to do things like that, and it actually, for me, signals it supports the waste minimisation strategy, but it's also about the reuse and repurpose of things, and so communities coming together. Streets quite often now put stuff out on the street and say this is for free and blah blah blah, but this, I don't know whether that will take away from that. The other one in here I just wanted to touch on was I just feel like there's nothing in here that gives me confidence that the only solid waste I'm dealing with is the solid waste that I collect in my district. There's no parameters in terms of where the waste is coming from. So I have an issue with that. I want to be dealing with waste that Horowhenua generate. I don't want to be dealing with waste that's coming from other places, and I've raised it many times around we don't track waste. So I'm going to say it again. We don't track waste. Are we dealing with our own rubbish, or are we paying to deal with someone else's?
That's an excellent point, and something that we struggle to grapple with in collecting data, because a lot of our waste goes across boundaries, whether it's from to the south or to the north, and that's because a lot of our collectors operate in a number of districts, and so it is very hard for us to collect data. So that's good feedback that we need to look into.
Though, sorry, because I just have to point out, so we can't have the bylaw saying we're only going to deal with our own waste, but then we send it out of our district up to Bonnie Glen. That seems inconsistent. So, what is the actual objective? What are we trying to say in terms of this? I would have thought that this bylaw would just deal with waste that's collected within the district, but deal with other situations in terms of waste that's man. So I'm not really quite clear what you're looking to achieve.
If I could, what happens is enviro waste and that go through to Otaki, and then they come through the boundary to us, and sometimes a truck might be half full with Otaki rubbish. That might end up in our Foxton landfill, which we then pay for to go to Bonnie Glen. So that's where there's no decisive understanding between what's ours and what's in other communities. In respect to us taking our waste out to another district, I guess there is a principle involved in that, but the majority of councils take their waste to another district, and possibly I don't think this bylaw can deal with that. Yeah. But into your... All of them, yeah. So often a collector will collect not just in Horowhenua, he'll collect in other areas, and anything that's going to Bonnie Glen, we pay for.
But what's the problem? Is that that we're paying for it, that there's not adequate cost recovery.
Yeah.
Well, isn't there a pretty simple fix? If that's what the problem. Just trying to narrow down on what the problem is. So if the problem is that our ratepayers and council are subsidising the cost of disposing of privately collected solid waste, then I agree that's a problem, but isn't that just a pricing at the gate type of...
I wonder whether on this particular issue there's some work for us to do to better define what the problem is and how the bylaw may or may not address it, because I think that through the conversation, I think we've got to, as officers, come back with some stronger advice to elected members on what you can genuinely expect a bylaw to achieve versus what a bylaw can't achieve, but what a Section 17A review might achieve, or a level of service review, because a bylaw has a very specific scope and purpose. And so, I think we'll action that and come back to council.
Cool. And just to finish that aside, because there is a level of a agreement in respect to the fact that because we can't accurately collect the data of what waste belongs to Horowhenua, then it's very hard for us to meet MFE guidelines or targets that they're putting on us on reducing waste. So it's very hard for us to understand exactly how much each household produces because it's mixed in with other communities' waste.
Okay. The operations manual is a new document that sits alongside the bylaw. This is focused on assisting of operational changes, including MFE updates. The group manager approves new versions and councillors are provided with an update, and changes are made more efficiently and timely. The bylaw provides the means to issue waste collectors licences. The current licence is outdated and was created before council provided curbside recycling collections. The purpose of the licence is for us to collect data from private operators. At the moment we're missing this data from private collectors, and this licence is the tool to fixing this issue. The licence also ensures that waste collectors are meeting health and safety requirements, and licences can be enforced through the Waste Management Act. This data is crucial to our success. 3 out of 11 of our WMP objectives are related to data. 2 of these are directly related to licensing, which are enable data sharing with private waste collectors and enable data sharing with private waste recycling companies. This bylaw allows these objectives to be reached through the licensing process. Waste data is also needed for various reporting. Solid waste SSPs last year were failing as we were unable to correctly calculate the average household waste as we didn't have the data available. The data also feeds into MFEs, noting that one of our performance measures is to achieve all of our WMP goals and again WMP targets. There are also new targets that we need to be aware of for planning purposes. The Aotearoa Waste Strategy has set out a target of 50% urban waste diversion by 2030. We need the waste collectors data to measure this target or we'll fail, and as a result we'll lose the waste levy funding from MFE, which is getting close to $1 million per annum. Data is also required for future decision making.
Question. So that that SSP or that lack of data to calculate the waste, that's not a new problem, and we have had that ongoing. What have we tried to do or change with those operators in order to get that data? And if nothing at this stage, there must be a reason. But going forward, how can you enforce through a bylaw or some other mechanism that it is an absolute that information is provided to us in a timely way and it's enforceable? Because how is it that we can just let it slide and now we're at risk with MFE because we can't give the information that's required? It's just like we need to put that back on those waste operators, like as a bottom line. When can that happen? Yesterday?
The next couple of slides will answer that question. Thank you.
Currently, the bylaw states that everyone that has an event at council facilities needs to have a waste management events plan. Presently, we do not have a waste management events plan template, and our action is to write a waste management events plan, a process that aligns with our WMP. This plan will be included in the operations manual. Cool. On the screen is a possible penalty and power that we have as a council, which involves a court process. We want to avoid this if possible and align our enforcement strategy with council's regulatory compliance and enforcement compliance strategy. This involves encouraging voluntary compliance, education and enforcement as the last approach only if required. The next steps and feedback. We will take feedback from today on board and prepare material for consultation. We'll be back at the 30th October council meeting for endorsement for the first draft and supporting documents. We'll have the supporting documents at this meeting pre-consultation. Question?
David, do you need to talk about how we might?
The licensing?
Yeah.
Just to the Councillor Perry's question, I believe the key to getting commercial operators to be supportive rather than use the word compliant, I think we have to build a relationship with these companies so there's a good level of trust that we're not going to publicly display or show the individual values or weights of tonnages that they collect. And once we've got some trust, I hope we'll be able to get them to report monthly what their figures are. And you're right, we've had a licensing before. There may be other some reasons why council officers didn't enforce this as they should, but there's been quite some massive changes in what has happened in this space in the last few years. So we're hoping with a simplified licensing scheme, building better relationships, that we can get necessary data. And of course, if we fail, then we will have to go down that education and enforcement road. Of course, that's the last option, but if that fails, we'll have to do that.
Oh, that's nice. Like, good relationships take time, and I think we're at the critical end of we're meant to have had this data, and now MFE are at a point where provide it, and it's just not there. So I think there needs to be still recognition in our agreements or licensing or bylaw, words to the effect that they must do it. Look, the relationship can be built simultaneously, and you only have to revert to that if absolutely necessary, because they're not gonna hold hands or whatever. But without it, you're putting us at greater risk with MFE. So I think both, not one or the other.
Totally agree, and I think we'll take that away and do some work on that.
Yeah, happy to echo that one. Wellington's bylaw looks pretty much the same on the licensing. And yeah, if we can have monthly enforcement in there and revoke people's licenses, like, we've got the power to, why don't we? A few other places are doing some nice things in their bylaws. Construction sites over 500k value requiring a waste management plan, which should be pretty neat. Restricting of unaddressed and advertising mail. Wellington does that in their waste management plan. Seems like a weird place to do it, but it's definitely a way to reduce waste. Multi-unit dwellings requiring a waste management plan. I don't know what scale that's on. I think Wellington's got that at 12 units, but sites like Speldhurst, etc., should probably have a waste management plan.
and probably try and minimise their waste on site before it becomes a problem. And given that we can make rules to target construction sites and multi-unit dwellings, why don't we make some rules to target big organisations that make a whole bunch of waste, a lot of which just gets thrown on the street, like fast food joints on our main street? Is there anything we can do to ensure that they have a waste minimisation plan? Wouldn't it be neat if all of them used recyclable stuff? Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Excellent feedback, thank you, and something we'll take away. Is there any other feedback in respect to the draft?
Just point of clarification then on so the things that Rogan's just raised, like, well, I'd want to have more conversation about the cost benefit of some of those. Like, some of them sound okay, but some of them would have a significant compliance cost. And so the question is, are we slipping them in this version of the draft, or is there going to be a further conversation around what the scope is or is not? Because I wouldn't want to ever have a draft bylaw turn up with some of these initiatives in it without them being tested and discussed a little bit more. That would be my only feedback. I'm not saying don't kick the tires on them, but just, yeah.
I could just probably add a little bit to that. We do want to do more in the C&D space, but we have to be ready to assist the commercial sector with where it goes and how it's going to be processed. So we're a little bit early to put that into a bylaw at this stage because we haven't got the associated infrastructure and procedures in place. But that is, you're right, that's where we want to be, and there's huge gains to be made in that area. So maybe in the next 4, 3, 5 years' time, we hopefully will be in that space, and we can go and revisit the bylaw as required.
Same with food waste.
Yes, same with food waste. That's something that we're going to be looking at quite seriously in the next, well, from now on, perhaps, and hopefully something up and running within 3 years or less. So, yeah, but we've got to make sure we've got infrastructure and what we do with the product. Who wants to buy it? Who wants to use it? All those questions. We have to work back from the buyer back to make sure we've got everything lined up so we've got an outlet for it.
So it feels like we've probably got a bit of work to do off the back of some of the feedback today to think about how some of those challenges or options are reflected or not in the draft bylaw. We had intended to bring the draft bylaw to the council meeting on the 30th of October. I think that is still an option, but I think we need to probably have a workshop on the 9th of October, which I think there is, Alice has given me the thumbs up that there's capacity on the 9th. That's going to require some work from our team to, I suppose, pick up some of the comments, but it does also feel like the 9th is an opportunity just to be really clear about the purpose of the bylaw and what is it that council wants to achieve from the bylaw. But I'm not hearing, I'm hearing there's need for massaging and refinement on some stuff, but I'm not hearing a complete allergic reaction to the bylaw or the rationale or need for a bylaw. It's just a bit of, we need to be a little bit more clearer about what, why and what matters and what will it achieve. Does that feel like it reflects the mood of the table?
Yeah, it does for me, Monique, but it's also about that first point I raised around responsibility and whose it is, and I don't want to carry out responsibility for an operator. We're only informing them how we want them to operate in our district, but not actually inform them how to operate. Yeah. They do that with their customer.
I think we also touched on some of this conversation during some of the waters bylaws that they are left there in the case of needing to call on them as almost a last resort, that if we're simply not going to have the resource to go around and straighten up or wave a stick at everyone who hasn't placed their bin correctly, but if there's continual nuisances around bins, waste being skewed down streets, nuisance graffiti. It just provides us the tool to go and actually provide some enforcement action if required. Similarly, around the licensing and the need for data, I hear the urgency around that ideally the relationship should provide the data. However, the key message from today is that we need the license before we can start to revoke it or threaten, all of that stuff. So the idea of this bylaw update was to provide us with those tools. Comfortable to sort of come back and maybe reinforce some of those messages on the 9th, along with looking at some of those other opportunities to look at reaching the bylaw more widely around WMP initiatives. So I think we've got enough direction today on the table.
I'm not sure if I just want to make a point about the council obligations under the Public Health Act. Under the Public Health Act, council has to ensure that waste collectors collect in a regular, in a sanitary and safe way. So that's our responsibility. So that leads us into having some oversight over the private waste collectors, particularly when things go wrong. At the moment, it's not an issue, but when things go wrong, we are the ones that has to answer to the public health, the medical officer of health. So we do want to be in that place so we can act and have things set up so things do not get out of hand.
Thanks, team. Thank you. Welcome back. Vi, are you leading, are you? Good.
Kia ora everyone. So update on the draft land transport bylaw and public places bylaw that's recently been out for consultation. Purpose of the presentation this afternoon is to give you an update on where we're at with that. Just conscious the consultation happened during August. You haven't heard much from us since then, so just giving you a quick update. There are no decisions that we're seeking this afternoon. It's to brief you on where we're at. So a little bit about what we've done already. So as I mentioned, we have already been out for consultation on 2 draft bylaws. That was following a report that came to council back in July with the permission to go and do that. We put them out on Lex Kōrero during the month of August. Both of the bylaws received submissions, and we're currently at the what do we do with those submissions, what do we do with the feedback stage at the moment. So there has been a hearings and regulatory committee meeting set up for the 9th of October, where those submissions will be heard. And then just in the slide here, you'll see there are still some next stages. The next stages from that, once we've heard from the submitters, considered the submissions, is that there'll be a report that comes back to council with the recommendation on the land transport bylaw, the public places bylaw, and there'll be a decision for this table around whether we adopt or we don't, and what the direction is that you wish to give to officers. So just a brief recap of why a land transport bylaw. So remember in a presentation that was sent through, a couple of slides that were sent through a few months ago when we were looking at going out for consultation, this information looks the same. because of this. But the purpose of the land transport bylaw is to enable council to regulate parking and the use of all roads under the control of HDC, and to take action against individuals whose behaviour leads to safety or operational risk, and to act as a deterrent against any such behaviour occurring. You'll see in that table there were some proposed changes and the rationale as to why those changes were there. That information also fed into the statement of proposal information and what was on the Let's Corridor site out for the public as well. So we have the same information that is going out to the public that we're consulting on. Why a public places bylaw? So the purpose of the public places bylaw is to protect the public from nuisance, and that's around council-owned land, and that's about having some controls around the activities, what we do allow and we don't allow in council-owned places. And you'll see again that table there, same information that went out to the public for consultation on what the changes were that were proposed. So what we've done so far, at the July meeting of council, you asked us to do some targeted consultation to send this out to New Zealand Police, to send it out to Fire and Emergency New Zealand. We also sent it out to our iwi partners. So you'll see on the slide there, we sent it to Te Tū Matakahuki, Waipoko, Rangatani, and Omanawatu. We also sent it out to submitters who during the LTP process said they wanted to be involved in some of the activities that were there or proposed in particularly the public places bylaw. So we also sent it out to the Cancer Society Manawatu Centre. You might remember the submitter, Josephine Guthrie, who was very engaged and wanted to know about that. So we sent it out to her and subsequently received a submission. So that's really cool. We also sent it out to the Community Wellbeing Committee to seek their feedback as well.
Why? Yeah, and really good. Oh, the public places, some big numbers there, considering, and resulted in 64 submissions to be heard on the 9th of October, I believe. But that list of ones we engaged, I might be wrong, but I thought community beach patrols were. Do you know if they weren't on the list, they've still submitted? Because the community beach patrols around the activity that they sort of have to deter around the dunes and that, they, especially Foxton Beach, I believe, gets quite a bit of problems.
Off the top of my head, I can't remember if they've put in a submission. There were 64. There were quite a few from coastal areas that had put in submissions, but I couldn't confirm whether it was from the beach patrols. But I can have a look at that. So a summary of public engagement. You mentioned around the 64 submitters for the public places bylaw. So maybe if we do that one first. So on the Let's Corridor page for the public places bylaw review, there were over 1,800 hits onto that page. Just a disclaimer, that could have been one person going in there 1,800 times, not likely. But it does record there if you've gone in there multiple times, that there's been separate hits on the page. And we received 64 submissions. There are 10 submitters who wish to speak to their submission and supported their submission on the 9th of October. For the land transport bylaw, we had 744 hits to the Let's Corridor page and received 11 submissions. 5 of those submitters wish to speak to their in support of their submission on the 9th of October. So I guess in summary, there's been some pretty good interactions based on what we usually see with bylaw reviews that go out there, particularly around the public places. So next step, I've mentioned a couple of times now that on the 9th of October we'll be hearing from the submitters, and it'll be before the Hearings and Regulatory Committee. We are aiming for the 30th of October, having a report to that meeting with the seeking direction, I guess, and possible adoption of both bylaws. But that does depend on, you'll see the little asterisk there, that does depend on what we hear and whether there's further work that officers need to do before we can come back to the table and seek that direction. That's it. Any questions?
Just no doubt it'll come out at hearings, but I'm interested in terms of the feedback generically, is there a hot topic there? Because one of the things after reading it and seeing the submission go out was, our favourite subject at the moment is booms. So when you start looking at the number of cars that are parked on booms when you're driving around town, my sense is that this could be something that council does, again, that no one knows about until we've passed the bylaw and we're in education and enforcement phase, and then we've suddenly got people saying, what's up with this? But was there anything that stuck out that was surprising or what you expected?
Sorry about that. So there have been some submissions mention the proposed ban on parking on berms. There haven't been many that are generally opposed to it in terms of saying it's a bad idea in general, but wanting a more reasonable approach than just a flat no parking on the berms everywhere, with some fairly reasonable suggestions put forth, which we're going to do a bit of work on before now and the 30th of October. But there'll be more details about that on the 9th.
Thank you, team.
Right. Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to be here to talk to you this afternoon about the annual report.
We've really missed it, Caro.
Yes, yes, it's been a couple of months, out of practice. So yes, instead of looking forward, we're looking back at the moment. And so the purpose of today, sorry, I haven't been there. Thank you. Is to talk to you about the annual report 23-24 process, the timelines and financials, and for you to ask us any questions that you may have. So I'll start off with a few slides just about the process and what's in it. Jacinta will then take you through the financials and how things are looking. And Lynthia, our newest strategic and corporate planner, has just been held up unfortunately, but will be here to talk SSPs. So we work through each of the parts of our triangle today. So we start at the top with no, a reminder about the purpose of the annual report and what we need to do to complete it. Moving down through into C, we will talk through the timelines and when you'll be receiving the information and material to consider. And then in do, please give us your feedback and ask us any questions. So, for the no, the process, what we need to do is we need to prepare the full annual report and a summary of it from the period of 1st of July 2023 to 30th of June 2024. This is one of our key accountability documents for the community. And what it does is compares what we planned with what we actually did. It must be audited and we must adopt it by the 31st of October this year, 4 months after the end of the financial year. It reports on the groups of activities, the same groups that we look at in the long-term plan and corresponds to those, looks at SSPs, and it looks at the financials and the activities undertaken to provide opportunities for Māori to contribute to the decision-making processes. Key dates. So a short timeline. From July and continuing, we have been drafting the annual report, pulling the information together. From this week, on Monday, audit arrived on site and has started looking at our documents. We have our session today to get any questions from you and to help us through there. We head towards the 16th of October when we take the draft annual report to the Risk and Audit Committee. You'll note that audit continues through this process and it actually runs very close, which Jacinta will talk more about to our actual final timelines.
So it won't be the final draft that you see at that stage, but we'll provide you the most up-to-date information we have. We're then seeking audit clearance to have that before we adopt on the 30th of October.
In the past, we've seen quite considerable delays and shifting of timelines due to audit resourcing issues. That's been a feature of the past. Are we on track, or is it history repeating?
It's a bit of both. So in relation to where we are, Clint and I had a catch up last week as part of a regular catch up that we have. The OAG was on the call as well. They're still resource stretched, and so the audit team that is on site with us, they started on Monday. We don't have continuity other than one member. Our audit manager has continuity, which is great, and there is some continuity with one of the seniors. But there is some challenge. There continues to be challenges for them with their audit. One of the particular issues, as well as with the LTP audits, with the ability for some councils to delay their LTP audits as well, that has caused more backlog in terms of this time of the year as well. So the audit team, for example, the first draft was provided at the same time you received it last week. The audit team, because they're finalising central government audits, won't actually have a chance to start that reading until Thursday. So there is pressure. Clint's been really open about it, but there is pressure for us. So in relation to the 30th of October deadline, he did signal to us that there may be a risk with that not being achieved because of the resourcing issues. They know that that's not what this council would like, but at this stage, that's what's being flagged to us. So we're doing everything we can to collaborate with them and make sure they get through that audit as efficiently as possible. And the team that we have, I have a lot of confidence in their ability to push things along. But yes, it is going to be a challenge.
So what's changed, Sinner, from when he told us 4 or 5 months ago that all the resourcing issues were solved and that there wouldn't be any hold up with this annual report?
A couple of things. I think I'm guessing a little bit, but the LTP is one of those, I would say for sure. Central government's audits take precedent to local government audit, and the ongoing pressure around keeping auditors and the cycle of them. I think the approach that we are going to take as a team is to continue on productively and positively through it. And if we get to the end and we still have a result that we're not happy with, then that's something we may wish to discuss. We may discuss at the end.
I'd certainly like to correspond with Clint and tell him that that's not satisfactory and that we need to do something about it. Because to signal on day one that they don't think they're going to meet the timing, I don't think it's very good at all. So, I'll construct something.
Sure, and that is the message that I did convey when we had our meeting as well. So in relation to the slides, and I know based on the earlier conversation we had about the bylaw, this goes a little bit against that, but based on some feedback from Mayor Bernie last night, which was good, we've beefed up the slides a little bit more so that hopefully we can have more of a conversation today, and in the spirit of the types of conversations that I know this table has talked about having in relation to ongoing OPRs and helping the table to engage in a more meaningful and robust conversation about our numbers, how we're going with them, where we're at, questions that you might have. So there is quite a bit more detail added to the slides in the hope that it will bring up the conversation a little bit more today. So it'll be an evolution of as we work through things, but just wanted to flag that as we start off. Also wanted to mention that Jenny, one of our independent members of our Risk Insurance Committee, will be joining us because we're starting a little bit early. She'll jump on at a certain point today as well. This process as well is a little bit different than we've done in the past in that we have given you a detailed version. The slight control freak nature in me shakes a little bit when we give you a version early. when it's not been through the audit processes. It hasn't been through the third check and reviews and all that sort of thing. But we did feel it was really important to get the numbers out there to you early, give you the full view of what the annual report's looking like. Some of the main reasons for that are around the story as well. You'll notice when you look at the document, it's long, but it does in line with the OPR tell a really good story. We hope that you think about how we've done for the year and what that means for us. So this is I'll talk through it, and please, as I go, stop me and let's talk about it as we go to make sure that you're really clear on how it's going. So this is a view of what our income statement looks like. And so what that does is it tells us, it excludes anything capital expenditure related, but it does tell us all of the income that we get in and everything that we spend that's not capital related. What it also does include, though, is the movements in our revaluation. And this year, while we hadn't planned to, in our budget, we had planned not to have any revaluations in this financial year, but we did actually do some detailed work on our Three Waters assets and on our roading assets, and that relates to some asset management work that we've been doing, so we'll talk about that as well. So this is I'm not going to get into this in a full amount of detail, but was just mostly to start with talking about what it is, and then we'll get into the detail of the actual income and expenditure in this next slide. So when you, when you look at and we talk about our operating surplus or deficit, our operating surplus or deficit is effectively this number here. It includes all of our income and all of our expenditure, but it doesn't include any movement in our revaluation or any movement in our assets. So that's what we talk when we talk about our operating surplus or deficit. That's what we're talking about. Our operating deficit for the year finished at 5.2 million, and that compares to a budget of 4.6 million. So when you read that off the face of it, you could say, gosh, we've got an operating deficit that's a lot higher than we planned. You could also ask the question, why does the council have an operating deficit at all? And that's often a question that comes to us through the media, through different conversations. Why is the council budgeting for a deficit? So just in relation to that, as we set our long-term plan, and we set our long-term plan amendment and previous decisions, the council purposely made a decision to not fully fund the cost of depreciation, for example. So that means that cost sits there on a cost in our income and expenditure, but we've chosen as a council that rates revenue will not be asked for from the ratepayer on that basis. Therefore, and we also have some debt-funded operating costs that go into the expenditure line, but we've chosen not to ask for revenue from the ratepayer. So those two key reasons around funding of depreciation and debt-funded operating costs are the key reasons why this council has budgeted for an operating deficit. So that deficit of 5.155 million was higher than the budget. And some key reasons why that's there is not that we are spending more cash. And that's something that sometimes when you have to prepare those income statements in a way that's compliant with accounting standards, it makes it difficult to use that as a communication tool for the public. So I'll get into it in a little bit, but that's why we often talk about the underlying deficit or the underlying surplus as well when we're talking about it in the OPR. So for us, there's a couple of things, and we talked about this at our last council meeting, was around, so we had, the deficit was 0.6 million higher than budgeted, and it was mainly due to some non-cash fair value changes. So I'll talk about that now. So a loss on our derivative financial instruments. So just to clarify what that means is, we take out interest rate swaps with the community, and what they mean are, for example, at the moment, our average interest rate sits at sort of 4.5%, 4.7%. At the moment, we can go out to the market, to the BNZ Bank, for example, who we have a relationship with, and we can ask them, because a significant portion of our debt is on floating because we're waiting to see that the market comes down, we make a decision to enter into an interest rate swap. What that does is it's effectively saying we want to make that a fixed. We want to make a portion of that fixed. So, for example, $10 million, we might say we want an interest rate swap for $10 million. That secures that interest at the moment it's sitting at around 3.5%. So it helps us. So in the past, we've made some of these contractual arrangements. What that's telling us is when there's a loss, and I know I'm probably diving into the most complicated part of it now, is that we had set some good arrangements in the past, and now that interest rates are coming down, the benefit of having that swap isn't as strong as it was before, and therefore it's recording it as a loss. But it's effectively just saying interest rates are coming down, therefore the benefit of that swap isn't as strong as it was before. So that's the first thing. Also, as part of setting the landfill provision, which is we talked about it through the long-term plan, we programmed a 30-year program about what it's going to cost in each year and each of the next 30 years to remedy the landfill. Then we came back to the table and based on the best practical option around what we needed to do to remedy the landfill, that caused some change in terms of that original provision of what it's going to cost for that 30 years. What happens when we prepare these statements is we need to record in there the difference between that value and how that's changed. So it comes through and looks like it's something that we're spending money on straight away and is a loss, but actually it's just from an accounting perspective, recognizing as it should that our long-term liability for the landfill is increased by 1.5 million, which is in line with everything we've talked about and all the decisions that we've made. And so it's unusual to have a fly in your nose in the middle. But that effectively just recognizes that has occurred and that's been recorded in our books. So when you take those two things out of the equation, we're actually doing pretty well, and we've done better than we thought we would when you take those fair value things out of the equation. We set, as you know, a savings target for ourselves of $1 million. And so we were able to successfully achieve 1.9 million, which was significant. What that does, for us, that's our controllable costs. When we talk to you about our underlying deficit, that excludes things like rates, interest, and capital item, and other capital items which are separate to that. When we talk to you about our underlying result, it's the things that as a leadership team and as within council, we have some flexibility over. It must be the perfume, I think. But in terms of what we can control. So we've done well in that sense. We've made significant savings. A big chunk of that, in terms of where that came from, was some decisions around the timing, for example, of the district plan work. And that's professional services costs that we've chosen not to fund this year or do work on this year because it makes sense to do them in the future because of other work that's been prioritized around them.
What about if we just had a cash flow thing, actual cash? This is what we got in, this is what we spent. What would that look like? Rather than taking these paper sort of accounting measures that aren't non-cash items, basically.
I thought about that in terms of how we show things in the future for you. It would show a similar picture because that's what it looks like for us. We'll step into the debt picture a little bit more, but I think for some of the work performance meetings, we will look to, on the income statement, take out all of that fair value stuff and put in a separate section of the report so that you can see that flow a little bit easier, and because I think it's important to help with the understanding. Does anyone else have any questions before we step into this? So that's sort of the overall view of how we've gone. We will, as we work into the next slides, talk about income and expenditure and what's driving some of those changes as well. Capital wise, we've done really well. We've done exactly what we said we would, completed the work as in terms of the funding target that was set. We've gone slightly beyond it in terms of being 35.5 rather than 36, but it is a really good story relative to local government and doing what we say we will in terms of the level of capital that we've been able to achieve. So I think it's a good news story for us in that space. I've actually talked about all of that. So there are some words to reinforce that there for you, but we've talked about it in terms of what we've been through there. The updated slides as well, we will make sure are on your portal so you've got a bit more detail to work through. This is just a graphical view for you of where our revenue comes from, and that is significantly, it's from rates. As you would have learned through the long-term plan process, we are very reliant on rates. That grants and subsidies revenue, it comes through the income statement, but it actually, the huge majority of it, other than things like some funding for Mayor's Task Force for Jobs, which is more of an operational, is for capital related stuff. So that's our CIP grants, our Better Off funding, our NZTA funding as well. There is some operational funding, of course, from NZTA in the grants and subsidies, but the big chunk of it comes for capital purposes. So in terms of revenue, we received 7 million more in revenue than was budgeted. A big item here is around our rates. So there was more rates revenue that came in relative to where we thought that would be. So where that comes from, just so everyone understands that picture, is when we set the long-term plan, right up until we actually strike the cents on the dollar on every single property, we are making our best estimate of which properties are going to seek their title and be live as of 1 July. What happened at 30 June last year is there was quite a bit more subdivision activity that came in and squeaked in at the end. So this year, it's sitting at about 150,000 different between what we thought it would be and where it ended up. So it's a heaps closer this year, and that's because we've been able to get better and better at tracking that and understanding what's happening with QV, talking to developers and understanding where they're at in terms of converting some of their properties to actually have title as of 1 July. So that flags, just a flag in terms of where that sits. As well, some of the Taraika and the values in there caused some of that to be a little bit higher, but on the offsetting side, we had more remissions that we needed to put in because of that subdivision remission in relation to Taraika.
Jacinta, this, and I'm not suggesting for this annual report, but maybe a future one. And it may be that it's just too hard, but we always look at growth as being a good thing in terms of so we have a rates rise or rates increase, after growth, and so growth means more ratepayers. Therefore, the cost of council operations should be spread over a greater number of people. But obviously, that growth also increases some operational costs, and there's some additional finance costs with growth infrastructure, that kind of thing. Is there? I suppose it's hard to identify, yes, on the one hand, that growth contributed X to increase in revenue, but how difficult is it to identify the extent to which growth has contributed to the expenditure side of things? Is it too hard to isolate?
I'd say some things you can, and some things are difficult. So, for example, the volume of consents, the volume of resource consents, and the staff time and the volume around those might be easier to track. The ongoing number of sales that happen as a result of a growing district, the relative amount of time that staff spend on growth-related stuff versus normal BAU that wouldn't have been there, that bit's a little bit more difficult because we don't necessarily track all the time at that granular level of detail. But we do always, it's a good question, And ideally, we would have a really concise picture, but it isn't quite as easy as yet. 1.9 million we received. We don't budget for this because it's difficult to guess where that picture might stand, but vested assets. There was a question raised around, gosh, how can you treat vested assets as income? It actually ends up being something that we need to spend money on because they're assets that are provided to us. So generally, in most circumstances, they're assets that are vested to us as part of the development process. So roads, pipes, community assets that are required as part of that development process. But
so there would be a corresponding line. So there's assets, but there's a corresponding line in terms of depreciation costs for those assets that starts from essentially the year after, doesn't it? And an operational cost in terms of maintaining them. So that's the flip side to that equation. Yep.
Yes, that's right. We basically get income in, it looks good on our income statement, and then our assets increase, and then we do have ongoing maintenance and monitoring costs for those. And I know there's some, yeah, definitely. Interest costs. So higher interest costs were due to a few things for us. So higher interest income, is the first one. So what we do as part of our financial strategy, and it's one of the things that helps us with Standard & Poor's, is that prior to all of our debt becoming due in a particular year, we borrow that money and put it on term deposit. From a risk perspective, that's seen by Standard & Poor's as managing our liquidity risk, or that basically means that we've got some certainty that we have the cash ready to repay that debt when it becomes due next year. So that's that $22 million term deposit is us effectively making sure we've got that ready for when our debt becomes due this financial year. That ends up, for us over the last, it doesn't mean we're going to pay any more cash, because we generally, when we put it on term deposit, that term deposit rate will be sufficient to pay the extra interest costs that we have by taking that money out earlier. So it might look like we've got more income on our income statement, but actually it's offset by higher interest costs. So that's just to flag that one. And then also that last one is around, the team have done some really detailed work on our balance sheet in the last year to make sure, so things like making sure that any deposits that we've received over a number of years in relation to footpath bonds, any other bonds that people give to us and hold for a period of time until we can verify they've done work and we can give those bonds back to them. Massive amounts of work has occurred over the last sort of 18 months to make sure that we can start to clear some of that stuff. Where we felt like we have owed money on the balance sheet, it's set on the balance sheet, or we felt like we've had a payable or something that's due, there's been a lot of work happen to make sure that that's all cleaned up. So it doesn't mean any more cash, but from a revenue perspective, there is a release of obligation for us of about close to 900,000. Does anyone have any questions on revenue before we jump into expenditure? This just gives a bit of a view by activity of where expenditure sits.
Just because conscious that a lot of this won't feel like new information to council, because a lot of this was commented on in the monthly reports, but we are going into a level of detail to benefit our governors as you come to consider the adoption of the annual report. Maybe let's just check, is this the level of detail you're wanting us to go into, council? Yeah, cool. Keep going, Jacinta, it's great.
So then in terms of expenditure, so we spent, in accounting when we use the word spent, there was more, 7.6 million more in expenses recorded in our expenditure. 3.6 million was related to the higher interest costs, which was offset by that extra income that we received, that we had in interest. So a net 1.5, which is something that's been recorded and discussed significantly throughout the year. there was some benefit for us in those additional rates that we have, because that essentially the majority of the extra rates that we had in has gone to help us offset those extra interest costs. In relation to this one, I'm going to come back with more detail because I don't have the breakdown with me today. But this $1 million here relates to asset disposal losses. Now that might sound scary, but what that means is, for example, because we've been doing a lot more work in the infrastructure space around our assets, whenever we are replacing stuff now, we are removing assets that were there before. So, for example, this is just a small example, it's not the driver of the $1 million, is to say, for example, there's a pipe that might have 2 years worth left of life from an accounting perspective in the asset register. If we are taking that pipe out and we're replacing it slightly early because it makes sense to, because of the timeline of work, then from an accounting perspective, that comes through and is in the statements as a loss. Because it's effectively saying there's still a little bit of value on that asset from a technical perspective, but we've chosen, because it makes good sense from a business perspective, to remove that and to replace that asset early. So that's, in a simple sense, that's what that is recording. There's also some land that was some property that was sold this year that had some different value than was sold for, and so that recognizes that as well. So as part of the risk and assurance meeting, we will bring that more detail to that meeting to describe which assets and in what areas that was driven, just so it's clear for everybody, because I think that's one area that can be misconstrued, that council is giving value to others that it shouldn't be, but it isn't quite as that seems when you talk about it in relation to asset management and decisions around when to replace stuff.
I think that would be useful because I think there was in the annual report, I can't remember the page, but reference to loss associated with endowment land. Is that right? There was a loss associated with the disposal of some endowment land. And so I just wanted to clarify, just so everyone's on the same page, in terms of the Foxton Beach freeholding account, there's not a separate set of accounts for, like, that's not treated separately to council's finances, right? It's included within the scope of council's finances, and how it works is like there isn't an account sitting with the Foxton Beach freeholding account money in it. It's treated through like internal loans, and the valuation of assets is included in the overall valuation of assets and all that kind of stuff. Are you able to just...
Sure, yeah. The actual specific properties and what's related to in relation to that, I don't have the details, so I'm not going to try and comment on it, but I'll bring that. But in relation to the Foxton Beach Endowment Fund, yes, it's part of the council mix, but it is clearly ring-fenced in terms of the assets it owns and the cash balance effectively that forms part of the council's overall balance. Effectively what it means is we have less debt because that fund is sitting there. So when at each year, as part of this annual report, we take the average interest rate, we multiply it by the value of the fund, and the fund receives an increase in its value because we've recognized that having that fund actually provides some value for the rest of the district, and so they receive an interest payment equivalent to if they had that fund and put it on term deposit. Yeah.
So it's treated as if it was a standalone thing, and so there's accountability both in terms of the in and out, and for example, like the any income it receives from ground leases and those kind of things is obviously applied. Any costs associated with administering the fund and all that kind of stuff is treated like.
Yeah, it is, and it's treated just the same as we would for our water assets, for example, where we ring fence anything related to the water's activity sits within that water activity, and it's no different than how we treat that one as well. Yeah. The other one was around less staff time being charged to capital projects. So we assume a certain level of, so when we're working on our budgets for the year at an individual staff member level, and particularly in the infrastructure team, we will assume a certain percentage of their time that's reasonable to allocate to capital projects. They do timesheeting and charge to individual projects. And so what this means is our estimate of where that would happen for the year ended up being lower than we had anticipated. But the key reason for that is because the infrastructure team didn't have their full complement of staff during the year. There were some vacancies, and therefore you can't expect to still recover the same amount of time to the capital projects as you would if you had a full staff complement. So that's to recognise that one. And then I've already talked about those other fair value changes of the $2 million in there in relation to the interest rate swaps or derivatives and the landfill. Any questions on that before I jump on?
Just quickly, is the interest rate swaps quite a common practice within councils?
Good question. Yes, it is. And I know there's been some feeling about interest rate swaps in the past, and particularly leading into the global financial crisis around particularly different industries and their use of them and them struggling around those. But for us, it's not uncommon. Clint may want to make a comment, but they're not uncommon in local government. Yeah. And for us at the moment, for example, if we were to go and look at, and we use specific banks that we operate with all the time, if we were to go and fix a portion of our loan at the moment, we'd be looking in the 4s versus if you're fixing at an interest rate swap, you're looking in the mid-3s. So for us, it's an efficiency angle for our community, really.
An easy way to explain it would be like short term. Sometimes it's short term pain for long term gain, or vice versa. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on a balanced view, sort of mixing going for the lowest interest rate you can and having certainty of cash flow for our ratepayers and setting rates. And there's a fine line in between, and I would love to be an expert at it so that we nail it every time. But unfortunately, the market is what it is. It's difficult to manage really well. So then the next bit is our income statement. Our statement of financial position. And there are many words that the accountants give to it. Balance sheet, statement of financial position, but it's basically what we own and what we owe is the short version of it. So our current assets are those things that can be converted into are expected to be converted into cash within a year. So when you look at it and you see current and non-current, that's effectively what that means. So we had 45.3 actual sitting in our current assets versus 15.3 million budget. The main reason for that difference is the term deposit of 22 million that we're holding there ready for this year when our debt becomes due. Non-current asset-wise, so the big chunk of our non-current assets is our property, plant and equipment. So that's, if you look at that, 933 million, and the huge chunk of that is our property, plant and equipment. So on that one, as I mentioned before, we did a lot of work to make sure that all of our Three Waters assets were in a core infrastructure Infor IPS asset management system. And then we had those revalued this year so that in previous reports from our auditors, what they had commented on is you could do better in the asset management and the asset management valuation and the way you capture and record your assets from a financial accounting perspective. So there's been a heap of work done in that space and it's been really good. As well in the roading space, the team have done an excellent job this year of valuing their assets within RAN themselves and having that peer reviewed. And have come back with good reports from the valuers in terms of the work that they've done. So it's been really good. So Three Waters assets, while we revalued them in 2022, they have increased a further 27% over a 2-year period.
What was our assumption in terms of built into the LTP, just out of interest? Because you obviously explained during the LTP process that we build in an assumption for valuation increases, and the reason this is important is it then has a flow-on impact to depreciation cost. Are we able to point to a
Yeah, so the exact value of the assets I'm not certain on, but so for example, last year we had depreciation expense of 13 million, or so this year. The budget for the 24-25 year, so the year we're in, is 18 million. Straight out of the valuation, it says that our depreciation this year will be 17.5, but what that doesn't include, the difference between these two, is it doesn't yet include any work that we will do and finish and start depreciating in this financial year, which we do need to do. So for example, if we finished a treatment plant upgrade now or in November, we would need to start depreciating that straight away. So the difference, we're doing well. Where we thought we would land, I think we'll probably land pretty close to where we budgeted. So I think in terms of where we've gone with the long-term plan, it's pretty good. Yep, it isn't one of those ones that we'll go, uh-oh, it's come back a lot higher, which is something that we've experienced in the past, is you get the valuation and then you realize you haven't budgeted enough for depreciation. But in our circumstances, it's looking okay so far. Well, it's looking a little bit better than we thought, but I think because we're also getting better at when something's finished, capitalizing it straight away as we need to, there will be some change between the first picture at 17.5 and where we end up. Yeah, it's good. So in terms of roading, that looks a lot less, being an increase at 2.86%. Some of that was around good, and in our finance team, we ended up cheering for Tuck when he brought the report over, because the report back from WSP, who had done the peer review for him, had good results in terms of data quality and data integrity around the work that they were doing on the valuation. So the reason why that isn't as high as we would have otherwise anticipated is in doing some of the detailed work, there were some assets within there that weren't actually the responsibility of the council. They were in there for good data management and flow between different polls and that type of thing. But through that work, it was determined that some of it probably shouldn't sit in council's value, and so it would have otherwise been higher had that work not been completed. And then lastly, we did do a fair value assessment of our land and buildings as well. But it was determined that there hadn't been a significant enough change for us to do anything with. Fair to say in this space, I would expect that this is going to be a challenge with audit. We've been in good communication with the Wellington Water Councils. We've been sharing our results with the staff at Wellington Water, so we can share ideas and thinking and talking to Clint about it, so that hopefully when we get to our audit, some of the peer review and testing and thinking around, because all the three waters councils at WSP at Wellington Water have also done evaluation this year. So hopefully that shared knowledge will result in us not having as much pain when we get to our stuff being reviewed. In terms of our liabilities, so current liabilities again are expected to be due within a year. We had quite a bit of activity in the last portion of the last couple of months of the year, and so that really relates to timing in terms of our budget and where we thought we would be at the end of the year versus where we ended up. It's pretty close as to where it was last year and this year in terms of the amount of accounts payable that were owed as of 30 June, but nothing from an issue perspective, is really just not getting that budget quite right. Now borrowings is another one we've landed. In terms of where we've landed, I think we're finally at the point where we can close the chapter on estimates and being a lot closer to where we want to be, so that when we get to our conversation with Standard & Poor's next year, we'll be in a lot better position. So overall, our net debt was a lot higher than we thought it would be. But the key reasons for that are around the fact that our opening position was a lot higher. And that had to do with us not having the level of capital grants we thought, and also our assumptions around the proceeds from the sale of assets were a lot bigger than we had achieved. So through the long-term plan, when we set it this year, we took all of that into account, and I don't think we're going to have any issues going forward. So that was all taken into account in terms of setting the long-term plan. But the budget for 23-24 was set a lot earlier before we made the changes and assumptions. So for the budget, we had assumed proceeds from asset sales of 6.9 million. We ended up the year with 300,000. So that does cause a significant change in terms of increasing the level of debt. Because when we talk about debt as well, we talk about net debt. And just to flag what that means, that we talk about net debt because that's a measure that Standard & Poor's and LGFA use for us when they measure our metrics. What it means is effectively, here's your debt, then take off any cash that you have, take off any borrower notes. And what borrower notes are, effectively, when we borrow from LGFA, we're required to hold 2.5% of that with them. So they give us less than we've actually borrowed because they hold that as security. And as well, any pre-funding that we make or any where we take money and put it on term deposit, it makes sense that all of that is treated as a net position because effectively we could convert all of that into cash and repay that portion. So the net portion is, we talk about net debt. That's why we use that measure. So when we set the level of borrower notes with LGFA, we thought there was a bit of a difference with that. As well, development contributions were lower than we anticipated, and through the long-term plan, we have amended and made more conservative those pictures, but that had a contributing factor as well. We spent slightly more on the capital side, 500,000 more relative to where we had planned, and 35 million. And generally, other movements in terms of where we thought debt would be resulted in about 1.3 million of a difference as well. So when Mayor Bruni talked about a cash perspective, I think if it works for the table, what we'd aim to do is give you a view of what's changing in debt, and then what's changing in the income statement as well with the value-related changes. Yeah. Does that work for everyone in terms of... Okay, I'll pass over to Lynthia, who will talk through the SSP results.
Kia ora koutou, sorry, a bit nervous, it's my first time in front of council. Kara says that she already introduced me, but I'm Lynthia Visser and I joined the strategic planning team. And I just want to make a quick apology for joining after the presentation already started. So with the SSP results, that table gives the current results that we have. These are the SSPs in the 2021-2041 LTP, so it's not the new ones that were reviewed earlier this year. So some of them will be the last time that we report on them, but they all included in the current result. From the SSP results, compared to last year, there's only one activity that has reached less of the targets compared to last year, and that one is the land transport one, relating to the accidents and fatal injuries on the road. So it's not one that we really have a lot of control over. All the other ones have either remained the same or have done better in the SSP results. Okay. Yes, that one relates to the audit opinion. So it's whether we're going to get an unqualified or qualified audit opinion, and we'll know that at the end of October.
Just a quick comment. Having reviewed the document last night, I think there's some SSPs where we've been a little bit harsh on ourselves in terms of saying not achieved. And so my question was, do we have to say achieved or not achieved, or is there another category we can make up, which is cannot be determined or something like that? Because particularly in the solid waste was a good one where because we don't have the data to see if the 400 kgs per person, like that was a good example of where we don't actually know if we've achieved or not achieved that. We just can't determine it. And I think there was another couple which I was going to email through after. But do we have an option to have something other than a not achieved?
So we can include comments to try and explain why we couldn't actually measure something, and we can make the wording easy for the community to understand. But yes, unfortunately, it's either achieved or not achieved. Okay, is there any other questions on any SSPs? Oh, good.
If we had the current SSPs that we've got in place now, what would that look like? Would it look the same as not achieved, or the same level, or would it be completely different view?
I think we've done that analysis.
Okay.
But I get the point. Is how do we make sure we don't keep setting ourselves up to fail?
So I think we broke the potential bad news early, so this slide's probably not needed. And then in relation to the next one, which is around outstanding items, so we just noted this on here because at the time that you received the report, it didn't have the update for the roading revaluation because it was waiting for a final peer review, but that's all done and has been updated in the report now. So really, at this stage, we're with audit, we're trying to get everything through, and we hope that we will get to the deadline by the 30th of October. Does anyone else have any questions or concerns or things they're worried about?
Cindy, can you just remind us again, what's the consequence of not hitting 30 October?
So effectively, for us, it's part of legislation. So we technically wouldn't be meeting our Local Government Act requirements. And that would mean that in likelihood, while it wouldn't be our fault, if that was to be the case, then we would likely feature in an OAG report in the future notifying the public that the council had not met its obligations.
Which is why that advocacy from Mayor Burney to audit is really important, because this is not our doing. We're ready.
For us, one thing that the team, which is awesome, Cynthia and Cara in particular, have done is every single question that comes in from audit is in a log with what date was received and who's responding, so that we in the past have been a little bit, it's very precise this year in terms of managing expectations with audit to try and help that process.
I'm not really sure if I give it here in email, but I'll do some of it here. So in the iwi space, I just was looking at it, and just two things were missing for me in that part of the report. Was one, the acknowledgement of the passing of the king and the anointment of his daughter. I think it's important to have in there for iwi. And two is there's no reference of the mighty ward vote this council took and the process going forward 2025. So those are two things I think we should be informing our community on.
Kia ora, Justin. Can I just respond to that? Because you're right, they're two really important things that should be acknowledged. But this annual report is to 30 June. So we're only able to report on things up until 30 June 2024, and both of those things will pass 30 June. So they are things next year. If we don't pick up on that, remind us. Yes. Yeah. Don't worry, Lynthia's noted it. She'll make sure it's in next year's.
The other one then is there's no mention of the EWA.
East-West Arterial.
Just a question, possibly two. One, anyway, the rationale in the actual report itself, when all the subject headings are in Maori first, in bold, and in European or English second in fine print. I'm just interested in the rationale for that, given that there's a very low percentage of the people that might read it actually understand Maori.
I actually think there's already been an internal conversation to make sure we're consistent with the approach we took for long-term plan and the council report template, which is obviously the translation is important, but we have English first followed by Te Reo. So we've not taken a view on what's best, we've taken a view on consistency, and the long-term, that's the approach we took for the long-term plan. So you will see it swapped over in the updates.
Another question is, you mentioned right in the beginning there was, I tried to find it in the document, but I couldn't, and you could probably tell me where it is, but something about a reference to greater involvement with iwi in decision making. Could you expand on that a bit?
So that corresponds to the part in the long-term plan about working with Māori, and so we've set out in the long-term plan some wording around that. In the latest long-term plan, we've referred to the Māori engagement framework and ensuring that that's woven in. For this one, we're looking back to the wording that was in that long-term plan there. I can find the page number for you about where we've got that in there, so I'll just find that for you. I can come back to you on that in just a moment.
I can't point to it, but my understanding is there is a requirement in the Local Government Act for the annual report to describe a statement around Māori contribution to decision making. So it's actually a Local Government Act requirement for annual reports to have that. So with that initial reference that Kara was mentioning is a Local Government Act requirement for annual reports.
It relates to, it's a requirement for long-term plans as well, and so it's put in there for that, and then we report on it through the annual report.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's us.
Yeah, so you're happy to receive just any like little comments or questions on the draft, like without getting into the weeds, but yeah, just up until what? Up until Friday, did you say? Yep. Yep. Okay. Super. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, team.
Just lastly mention, I know Monique touched on it before, but we've gone through the financials in a different way. As you think about it for yourselves, and what parts of that worked for you and what parts of it, if ideally at the table you felt really good about talking about financials at any RPR meeting, please feel free to either chat to me or email me about what worked for you, what didn't work, and how it could benefit you to have things in a different way. Because I think there is a real willingness around the table and to help to engage that conversation more. But do let me know what parts might work for you a little bit more to help that conversation even more, so everybody feels comfortable chattering about the financials around the table some more. So we'll keep working at it, but do continue. I won't be offended in any way if things don't work, but just keep letting me know what works and what doesn't work for you.
Thanks, Jacinda, and appreciate responding to all my silly queries that I sent last night. Be able to respond as quickly as you have is great. Thank you. Okay, let's get into it, eh? Really exciting topic. Next year's annual plan.
Great. Okay, thank you. So yes, we are looking forward now. So different document will sit somewhere different, and also to distinguish them all for these ones, we are continuing with our branding for that we used for the long-term plan. So just as a visual trigger as well to just help us distinguish them. So our purpose tonight is to have an initial discussion about the approach to the annual plan. Again, we fit within all three segments of our triangle. So we want you to know that we're working on the annual plan and to that we are at these early initial information finding stages. A reminder to see that for year 2 of the long-term plan, we started with a 9.9% rates increase, and for us to show you what we're aware of that has changed since we did the long-term plan. For the do part, we would like to understand from you what you would like the annual plan to achieve. And as we do this initial assessment of budgets, what parameters should we be working within? We seek your guidance. Our starting point. So as just mentioned, that we start with a proposed 9.9% rates increase. It would be 11.6% before growth. Our initial steps are to confirm the key drivers for that proposed increase and to determine whether there are any budget pressures that are not yet included in the budget. What officers are doing at the moment are assessing the assumptions that were used for the second year of the long-term plan, so for the 25-26 year. We are looking at any material changes that may be signalled, looking at any proposals for legislation or government initiatives that may have an impact. So with that, I'll pass to Jacinta to talk about the numbers side of it.
Thanks. So in terms of the rates increase, this table signed off a rates increase of 9.9% through the long-term plan for next year. That includes a total rates increase of 11.6. So the difference between the two is our estimate of where we think the growth sits, which is 1.7%. The limit that was set at 15%, but I think there's a clear understanding from what I heard that that there was an appetite to go nowhere near that number. So the 9.9%, some of the key reason why, and we'll talk about this a little bit more, is in this first year and particularly in the first 3 years, there is a significant level of rates increase that's associated first with getting to a balanced budget so that we are fully funding the costs of our operations by year 4. And also that includes making sure that the depreciation is funded so that we're repaying our debt, so that we're not breaching our debt limit, because that's if we don't have as much in the level of rates, that will have an impact on debt as well. So just to flag that from the start. For us now, when we look at what is 1% rates, that's currently sitting at approximately 620,000. So this table is probably quite a key one for you to just understand what drives that overall total increase of 11.6, which leads to 9.9 after accounting for growth. As you can see in these ones below, the big changes, so just over 6% of them, are due to the decisions that was made to make sure that we're getting to a balanced budget. So the debt, winding back the debt-funded operating costs that sat there in relation to water and some of the other things where we were funding our groceries through debt effectively. That 2.7% is so that we are getting back to a position of a balanced budget.
and as well in the funded depreciation area. The 1.3% increase in depreciation that was budgeted through the long-term plan for year 2 relates mainly to those land. There might be some building valuation increases for next year, but also just standard increase in terms of our value and the level of capital spending that's coming on each year. Interest rates as well. Employee costs driving about 1.5% of that overall rates increase. Utilities, 0.2%. There have been some reductions in terms of where we think professional services will be over the next, leading into next year. Some of that relates to our alliance contract and other types of changes that we've made through the business in terms of savings, and insurance as well. What the team are doing at the moment is basically within the business, when Cara talked about we're looking at it, by Friday this week, for example, we've done really detailed bottom-up budgets for 20 years. So you would go, why do we want to do this again? If we've done that detailed work, can we talk to the council table about, is it worth the effort to go through a budgeting round again? And so what we're doing here today is talking to you about the key drivers of that year 2 rates increase so you can get a sense of it. What we're doing within the business, and we'll come to you over the next couple of months, is looking at all of those assumptions that were made as part of year 2 and just understanding whether there's anything that's changed in the business that would warrant us needing to have a different conversation with this table about changes. And when we talk about appetite as well, if there's a will of this table, for example, to go to a 5% rates increase rather than a 9.9, for example, that's something that ideally we would want to know about as quickly as possible so that something could change in the way that we're doing things or working on our budgets, that would enable those types of decisions to come to the table. So knowing that this table has just made a decision to sign off the 9.9, with a lot of detailed work, it could be done, but it would require a lot of work. And it's not to say that it's not something that could be done, but this is an opportunity to test that thinking with the table.
Do you want to take questions on those things yet? Because the one that surprised me in the pack was the fees and charges, and only like very modest. And I know that we've reset the public-private splits, and so we can assume a level of stabilisation. But yeah, I thought there'd be a bit more forecast increase in just cost recovery through fees and charges. No.
So that's a good question. So that fees and charges, that increase would have some general inflation applied to it for those fees that we're expecting to increase by the local government cost index, for example. But when we come back in October, there is a modest increase put in, but nothing outside that realm in terms of year 2.
Also, just under the other expenses, I mean, that seems quite a reasonable size increase, nearly, 2% of rates without sort of really, with everything else being pretty much the same or quite a bit lower. Why is that significantly higher?
So probably for that one, I think we will reserve that conversation on the drivers of all that till we go through at one of the next workshops, activity by activity, to give you that view within each area, what might be driving it, if that's okay. I haven't brought that level of detail today, but it's a good question. Yeah.
Surprising that it was out of kilter with all the other numbers that were in that.
I know you're looking at expenses, but during the LTP process, when I raised could we do a stock take on leased property and were they paying fair value? What about other sources of income, i.e. trade waste, getting those settings right? But the other one is we provided land for some EV chargers, and through an agreement of sorts, were able to get so many cents, whatever billing meter, and if there's going to be more of that, is there going to be more of that? I assume that there was going to be more set up around the district and potentially on council land, whether a similar approach would be taken or a standard or something. Yes, no, it's happening in the background, no.
I might pass over to Brent, see if he wants to comment.
Thank you, Jacinta. I'm not aware of any other plans for EV chargers to be put in. In terms of the lease work that you touched on, we are planning to bring a stock take of the council leases, what they're paying, to council in the next couple of months in a workshop. So that piece of work is underway and almost ready to bring back.
Probably just the comment I'd make is it is pretty constrained because of the community leasing policy. And it's not to say that council might not in time change its approach on that policy, but that policy has been in place for a while, and you can kind of see that thread through the leases.
I guess the response to that is you don't know what you don't know, and when that's brought to council, then they can assess, oh yeah, actually it's in good shape and we can sustain that, or actually we can't, and some of those at least need to increase to reflect the inflation, because if our surf life-saving clubs and all that, we can give those contracts increases, well, in a similar way we should be getting the income as well, so that, you know, altogether it's paying for itself in some ways, because we can't, it's sustainability long term. Unfortunately, rates is our only main revenue other than any subsidies like waka kotahi's percent, but there's very little otherwise, and the rates will continue to do this. So it was 16 point whatever this year, now it's 11.6, and it just really comes down.
Yep, we'll take a note of that in relation to those revenue ones, and as part of the workshop as well, the next one, bring back those assumptions in terms of what we've assumed for revenue increases, because that's something that could be adjusted through the process. So through this, through the work that's happening across the business, flagging those items that may be under pressure, for us, just off the top of it, interest continues to be something we need to manage carefully. Insurance as well is something we're due to have October is when we'll get the new insurance values in terms of what those levies are. So that's another area that's under pressure. Utilities as well. So some of those core costs we do need to manage closely. So as part of the work, just understanding whether there is anything significant that's changed that we need to bring back to the table. And where at all possible, managing it to be lower if we can. This is just to highlight in terms of where the LTP was set. 42 for this year and 47 million for next year in terms of what the budgeted capital spending program is. So as some of the conversation was in the Capital Project Steering Committee, there may be some movement proposed between this year and the next financial year to do some movement around between the years. But through this process as well, we would be signalling whether there are any other significant changes that we would see. But at this stage, from what I'm aware of, it's just more about movement between the years.
And no breaches of benchmarks or anything like that. No. So it's just,
For example, in the capital space, if we were to move some of that funding because of CIP moving, it would mean that by the end of year 2, we wouldn't have the benchmark would look the same. It's just it would look higher this year. Yes. So it's it's a timing thing, really.
How much, I mean, local would have done well, might change things
landscape completely between, say, especially after the economic regulator's been, the regulations come out. I mean, we're not going to know probably till January at the earliest as to what's going on in that space, are we?
Yeah, it's a very good point. So where we sit in relation to whether, and Monique may want to jump in on this one, where we sit in relation to long-term plan amendments, what the council may need to do given what the decisions will be related to water, could potentially completely change this picture. But for our purposes, we're carrying on with everything else, assuming that nothing's going to change, but being ready for if and when it does change. So this, and we would have gone through this in the Capital Project Steering Committee as well, but this looks like just a highlight of some of the major capital projects that were featured in the long-term plan in terms of projects for next year. And again, mostly in the infrastructure and in the water space, because that's the focus on making sure that we're ready for the growth and other work that's needed in that area. So with borrowings, as we've talked about many times, we're very close to that 250% limit. And so when we talk about the levers in relation to funding of depreciation and debt-funded operating costs coming back to increase rates, on the other side, what they are doing is making sure that our rates, or in our borrowings, stay below that limit. So to get a sense of what that means in terms of the limit, we're effectively at this stage $9.3 million below by year 2, below the limit. So there is some room in that limit, but there's very little room. But there is at least a little bit for those unforeseen things that we don't know about. But that's the maximum amount that we've got before we would go beyond that 250% limit. I've probably skipped ahead of myself at the moment, but interest costs, insurance, the cost of bringing the local waters in-house and what that means for us. Lots of great collaborative effort in the council to bring things in efficiently, but just highlighting that it's a challenge, and we'll continue to keep you updated if there are any cost pressures in that space. As well, what James has talked to you about in relation to Waka Kotahi and any changes in the CIP space. Councillor Tukapoa mentioned it before, but in relation to the local water, the bylaw and trade waste fees, that may be an area, and as well in the landfill and the waste minimisation revenue. Those are two areas where potentially there could be some more income that could come in addition to what's been assumed. As well, some of the team are looking at, there's a lot of research that some of our team do. Get asked to do research on behalf of others, so it's potentially we're looking at a fee to help with cost recovery in that area, and some minimal fees to cover the costs related to rates postponement. So that's the cost of putting a statutory land charge on a property, and making sure the legal stuff is set up in case anyone wants to do a rates postponement. So just signalling a couple of fees that are in the mix to have conversations about.
Jacinta, the other one, can you tell me, is there any reval of any of our assets scheduled in that financial year?
Just land and buildings, I think it is.
So that unlikely to have a material impact. And so just looking at our forecasting assumptions, so for the 25-26 year, we run an interest rate assumption of 3.74. Do you think that, the trends, are we likely to, because that's an average interest rate assumption,
With that one also, some of the reason why that sounds a bit lower is as well because it had assumed we would have the interest-free loan from CIP as well, all of that in. And so the timing of that does potentially have some impact on that average going up again, because we won't have a portion of it that's interest-free. So yes, that bit is under pressure a bit, but that's where we are looking to make sure we've got the mix of our fixed debt is in a higher level so that we can help to compensate for that. Yeah.
The downgrade in our credit rating, where does that reflect in terms of our high? Is that high included in the higher interest costs as well? Right.
Yeah, it is effectively it is factored into that increased interest costs because it costs us a little bit more every time we borrow. Yeah.
Right, so coming to our key dates, currently sitting doing our budget assessments. We're looking to come back to you in October for that workshop to present more information that Jacinta has signalled, to talk further about the annual plan approach and consultation options. So what is the information that we have signalling for that? Then ideally heading towards a council meeting in November to confirm that approach based on what we know at this time. That would enable us to continue preparation of the annual plan over that period, December to April, and come back to you with a draft annual plan in May. This is based on a no consult approach, which is based on there being no significant or material changes to what was proposed in year 2.
Great. So it would be great to hear what your thoughts are about that when you think about not needing to consult, thinking about the level of rates increase that was agreed as part of year 2, appetite for continuing that journey versus making some change at this stage. It would be good to hear what the table thinks in terms of that.
Maybe to start, I'd be pretty keen to not consult, so like stick as close as possible to what we've already said we'd do in terms of the LTP. I think that it would be good to keep the runway clear for consultation and community conversations about the 3 waters, because that's going to be the focus in terms of the model. So like, I have zero appetite to depart from where we've already signalled in terms of that level of rates increase, unless there's something major.
Well, just timing wise, we're going to have to go local water done well pretty early in the year, aren't we? There's no way that there would be consideration of joining an annual plan local water done well consultation at the same time, would there?
Okay, require LTP amendment.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Which is okay. So on that basis, one major consultation would be enough for me. Thank you.
Maybe a show of hands if we've got general agreement to carry on with year 2. Not that it's a decision making, but it does help to get a sense of work coming back to the table.
And I was just going to say, Jacinta, if people do disagree, they have to. I think we need to identify what the driver is, what the key reason is, because at this stage I'm very reluctant to put a whole overlay of extra work on consulting unless there's some key drivers.
Just wanted to check. So, I understand you're going back and looking at budgets. The land transport funding gap, it's the figure that's been touted at the moment. Is that going to put significant pressure on where this rate rise potentially could land? Like, if we were heading back towards double digits because shifts like that, then I think we need to be having another look.
So the approach we've taken, which we commented on at Capital Projects this morning, but James is going to circulate some stuff to council by the end of this week in advance of a workshop on the 9th. I suppose we've taken the approach that there'd be a low appetite for council to increase its budget, and so the options and the frame that we've presented is how do we live within the budget. But if we were to increase our investment in land transport, anything that like I suppose if it's significant, it triggers significance, and we're then either talking about an annual plan amendment or even a long-term plan amendment. But yeah, that's not the frame officers have taken. We've tried to keep within the budget as we've got it.
And just assuming from an income perspective, so we've got no provision for development contributions for next year within the income level.
We do for repaying debt, but not for contributing to rates. Yeah.
And assume sales.
I think it's 2.5 or 3 million over the 2-year period in total, but I can double check that. It's in the whole 20 years. That's what it is. But I can check very quickly now. Yeah.
I'll be brave and say I don't like the course. I'm actually really worried about if we didn't consult on why we were. I'm really worried about whether our public and our community actually understand the rate rise that we're talking about off the back of the first round of rate rise. How many of our people actually even read enough to understand that there was another one coming? So I do get concerned around that. And for me, it's probably more about I almost feel like, I really don't want to go out over 5%, if I'm honest. This is just me. And I would rather review some of the projects we're doing than just go straight out to what's promoted here. So I'm all about a review of what we can do better and what we don't need to do now.
Yeah, roger that.
Can I just test that with you both? Because, Justin, you reference projects, reviewing projects, but the projects that we're doing are capital expenditure, not operational expenditure. And so to get to 5% rate increase, we need to find $3 million in operational saving. And so we're not going to get that from projects. Operational saving is going to come from staff, level of service, closing the libraries, pools 50% of the week, so in terms of the signal that 5% is the optimum, what then is the signal in terms of where the funding, where the revenue is going to come from in order to achieve that?
It's probably a question for the CEO and the team, to be honest.
It's a question for you as an elected member. So you want to get to 5%, so what are you willing to give up?
Well, the thing is, I want to understand the operation and the capital stuff, and I don't know it well enough, and I say that quite often. But what I know is there's stuff forecasted in what we're doing, and I just don't think some of that is a priority spend for me. So I hear what you're saying, whether it's capex or opex, whatever. But the reality for me is it's a cost that this community don't really want to keep bearing. And I'm just saying, you asked us earlier, does anyone have an appetite to go out on the line we are? And I've said, no, I don't. I don't have an appetite to go out on a 9, potentially a 12% rate rise on our community. And so I'm willing to test it and find out where can we make those savings. And if we're spending money where we shouldn't be, and I know what you're saying in terms of staff and operations and closing hours of facilities, but how do we turn that over and take it from the other side? Because that's what I'm more interested in.
That doesn't work. I mean, the only thing, if you do less projects, if you do less capital projects, the only thing it saves is the interest rate. So
that's not until the following year.
Yeah. So the only thing that is going to shift the requirement to get to, so save 5% is your target, eliminating the rate increase to 5%. The only thing that's going to shift the needle on that is cutting operational cost. And given that we did zero-based budgeting last year and we went through all the LTP workshops, we've already had the expose of where what it costs to provide the levels of service we have, and there is no fat to trim. There is absolutely no and it may be that there are individual perceptions around where there's further fat to trim in terms of dropping levels of service. But I think that's the challenge from David. I guess I'm adding to that challenge is that if we want to go lower than what we've already signalled in the LTP, what is it that you're signalling you think will get us there? Because that's where the focus then needs to go in terms of this process, so that the team can come back and say, to get to 5%, this is what the level of service cut looks like, feels like. That's just my take.
So let me get this, see if I can get my head around this. So we can squander 50 grand on a carbon emissions portal. We can squander $100,000 on a climate action plan we don't need, and we can go on squandering money on rubbish like that, which frankly is rubbish. We don't need to spend it. We can actually, how much do we squander a year by belonging to local government in New Zealand? We don't need to do that. So, you talk about operational savings, but what about going down and doing a big long list of all the stuff we don't need to spend money on that we choose to, the nice to haves? I just don't see it.
So I suppose the guidance that we need as officers is, is there a consensus around the table on where we put our energy? Councillor Jennings is right. To get from a 10 to a 5 or a 9 to a 5, we're talking closing a facility. And so we can put all those options back on the table that we did during the long-term plan. That will straight away mean we're doing a long-term plan amendment, which straight away means I'm having a conversation with you about priorities for the organisation and where we put our energy and effort. But we're at your lead. It's your job to take the lead, give us the guidance. If the message is, yeah, we do want you to go away and we want you to come back to us with some options on what the impact would be if we were to sit somewhere between a 5 and a 9. We can do that work, but what would also be helpful is to get some guidance, and appreciate, Mike, you've given some examples, but it would be helpful to get some further guidance around where do we put our energy, acknowledging, I suppose, the decisions you've just made a couple of months ago around levels of service, and that work's been done. It's probably pretty fresh for council, but is that where you want us to continue to put our energy, or would you want us to go explore different options, and if so, what?
What I'm about to say I've said before, not to this table but previous terms, and it went nowhere because it ain't easy, but I'm not saying it's impossible. If you cannot, or if it's difficult to reduce expenses, you have to raise revenue, right? And unfortunately we can't, when Horizons claim the money that comes out of the rivers in terms of snow, we don't actually have a resource that can generate us some decent income. And when councils get into business to drive a profit, to subsidise rates, you can be proactive about that, and that's what a CCO model, I'm not talking CCO's water, I'm talking a CCO, a council-controlled organisation whose prerogative is to operate in a way to generate profits to give back to council to subsidise rates so that rates don't keep going up. But yeah, like I said, you have to be proactive and really want to do that, and have to have, it's not going to take, it'll take more than 6 months, and you've got 9 months till the next year kicks in. So sorry, but I just put it out there, I won't be here, so I'll shut up now. But you know what I mean? If you can't reduce the expenses, you've got to up the revenue. Where are you going to get it from?
figure it out and be proactive about it.
Look, I cannot see how a reduction to 5% can be achieved without completely gutting the whole community well-being aspect of council, because it really is. This is major surgery we're talking about. We all remember going through the tick cross, and what that led to, and then taking that out to the community, 17.4% or whatever. The community, the feedback that I got through, surprisingly, Grey Power, other ones like that, Clint will remember, was we want that 17% if it means, if the alternative is the level of gutting, that would be required to bring it down. So to me it would be a painful and ultimately fruitless exercise to try to achieve. I love the idea, but to try to achieve it, the cost to our community. And also I come from the values base that council to me has always been about having a space in connecting our community together. That to me is core business as much as roads and so on. And that will simply go. I cannot see how we can possibly continue to deliver that if we're going to look at a 5% or so rate increase. And as Sam says, this is not capital staff. This is about how we shrink council operationally. So honestly, I think we've put it out, and I sense the community, when they see what the consequences would be, would not thank us for it, and we would have done a lot of work and put a lot of extra work on the organisation for no desirable outcome.
I'd just like to echo Deputy Allen's comments. Just speaking of staff, you can already feel the understaffing, and I don't want to put any more stress on it. I thought we did pretty well last time, and I can't see how we get to 5%.
I can appreciate those comments too, but it's always good to tell our community that we don't like overcharging them when they feel like they're already being overcharged. I think that's the important message that I'm really putting out there. But I don't understand how this council can keep buying and doing things and borrowing money and not realise that everything you're doing is just setting up my muckles to be paying off your debt in their future. Thanks.
Awesome. I'd just like to clarify that those three examples I offered have got nothing to do with closing facilities, and how many more things or amounts are in there in the books that we actually just don't need to do. Yeah, sure, it'd be nice to belong to local government in New Zealand. Does it cost us $100,000 a year? 50 grand? Yeah, well, okay, your carbon emissions portal was 50 grand, your climate action plan's 100 grand, and local government New Zealand is 50 grand. That's $200,000 we don't need to spend. That has got nothing to do with closing facilities. Yeah, but what else is there? Things like that.
Yeah, do you think there would be value in us doing a OPEX deep dive if you guys want to sit and go through line by line? Because I know 2 years ago when we first started, I remember asking for a bunch of figures from Jacinta and going through line by line, and I could find bugger all, but there were a few things, but yeah, that's going to be where you find it, because, yeah, I'm sure Jacinta can probably do quicker math than me on how much capital expenditure projects you've got to cut to get that 5% of interest, and it's almost all of them. The entire capital, if we did no projects for a year, which I'm not opposed to. Like, that's, yeah. yeah, they're like your options are freezing things or cutting entire budgets for an extended period of time. That's the only way we can get that, which I'm all for. If we can all agree to it, and we can find something that seems logical. But yeah.
Part of the reason we're in this very situation is because previous councils over many years, in many terms, weren't brave enough to actually impose rates increases that should have been there. So instead of raising rates, they borrowed money to pay for debt and to pay for operating expenses to fund depreciation. And we now have a plan to balance the books, to actually fully fund depreciation, and for us to then go back on that 6 months after we've done all that work, and we did do every line by line. We've done it. The last two long-term plans, we've gone line by line and worked at operating expenses, cars, the whole works, and we've tried to find savings in that stuff. We've made considerable savings last year. 1.9 million is a huge amount of money that we've saved. It is about services. If we've seen the reaction that people have had from cutting, $500,000 worth of services, you cut $3 million worth of services. I think that I'm braver to put rates up than tell them that they're not going to have facilities or services that they are expecting, because a lot of them actually don't mind paying that extra for those services. I know it's hard, it's bloody hard, but we are the ones that need to be, if you like, steadfast in terms of the next couple of years and stick to the plan, because we have got our politicians, unfortunately, have got us into this situation that we're in now. I also think that local water done well is going to have a major impact next year. I think that is going to be costly to our ratepayers. I don't believe it's going to be any less than what it is now. It's even too early. I was worried about this. The note that I sent Jacinda last night was, it almost feels like we're deciding tomorrow what the rates increase is going to be. And I don't want that to be happening. I think there's a lot more conversation and discussion that needs to be had in terms of policies from government or whatever. Sure, these are important, but it's, I don't want to put a line in the sand tonight about where we sit in terms of a rates increase. I think we need to actually have that discussion. We need to understand what local water impacts are going to be, and those sorts of things before we say, right, we're going to do a 5% or a 12%, whatever it is. So let's not get too carried away. But I hear you around the cost that it's costing our ratepayers. Completely get it. I understand it. I've had more phone calls this year and emails than I've ever had in the 8 years that I've been here. So, I completely get it. But I do want to reiterate that we made a plan. I'd love us to stick to it.
And just like we weren't looking for a decision tonight, we were just wanting to start the conversation, because if we are departing from our plan, then we've got to depart from our whole plan and rethink our work program as an organisation. And the earlier signal we get from our elected members on that, the more important. I probably just there's obviously some different views around the table, but what I think there are certainly some actions for us as officers, and I probably firstly just want to pick up on Justin's point. I wrote down the phrase "not to be silent," and you tell me, Justin, if I'm putting words in your mouth, but I don't know if you were necessarily saying let's cut a whole lot of services, but you were responding to the idea that we wouldn't consult. And you want to make sure that we're at the very least still having a conversation with the community, where our community understands and can see, feel, hear, touch the situation council's in. So not being silent about what 1 July invoice looks like, actually making sure the community they don't just get the rates invoice, but they actually know what's going on for community and what we're doing. I've heard some clear messaging. Was that right, Justin? Yeah. Yeah, so even if we, and again, I'm not predetermining council's decision, even if we don't formally consult as per the Local Government Act, it's not stopping us from having a conversation with the community that says, hey, things are still pretty tough. Here's the situation we're in. Here's what we know that you're experiencing out there. Here's what council's doing to try and make it better. But here's why we're not departing from the plan. Or, alternatively, council decides to depart from the plan. I've heard a strong theme around the non-rateable income bit. I think there's some work that we can do to at least brainstorm and come up with some options to get council's guidance and feedback on, and already there's been a couple of ideas floated this evening. I'm certainly hearing the feedback around, it makes me nervous, Mayor Burney, around Three Waters, and just the unknown around the complexity of the decision-making process and what it even means for our long-term plan and our financial strategy. And then I'm also hearing I've not heard an appetite that says we're up for a whole lot of cutting levels of service and what we do as an organisation, but I am hearing a theme from a couple of elected members that says, well, can we make sure that we've asked ourselves the question on all those little small things that might add up to 1%, do we need them? And all I'd say is that that's a decision for council to make, and it's just, I suppose, reflect on the amount of time and energy you put into some of those small decisions in the last year. So I'm not going to say we've spent 50k of time on talking about the climate emissions portal, but we have spent a lot of staff time talking about the climate emissions portal. If we add all those little examples up, if you want to have the conversations, one of the things I'll put some thought to is how do we enable those decisions and conversations around council to be efficient, and to be of one where hopefully there is some consensus around the table.
I think you're acting fine. My view is we've got a plan. We've communicated it. Let's stick to it. Yes, if we can find some widgets to save here and there by really, going back to basics, or do the zero-based budgeting again as per Prime Minister Luxton's request, that's all cool. The reality is that we're on this roller coaster. We were on this 9 months ago. We were on it when we adopted long-term plan. We're about to head down the other side, and the reality is 2 interest rate cuts between now and Christmas at 25 basis points puts on average more than $3,000 back into people's bank accounts, and that will help to offset the $300 increase they will face back in July. So I know it doesn't feel it now, but the reality is the pressures on our households and our families and our costs is going to look very different by the time June or July next year hits. And that will help to offset a potential 9.99 or 10% rate rise. So this, you think 75? I'd love 100.
I'd just suggest that maybe we just think about shifting our mindset, rather than how we spend the ratepayers' money, how we can actually save it in every small and big way. And that's all I'm getting at. I'm not saying ban and everything and go back and do it all over again, but there's stuff out there that we didn't need to do. I don't think we could. How fair is it to sit here wringing our hands over a 8.8% rate increase where we were just chucking 100 grand at climate change and 50 grand here and on so on and so forth. But that's all I'm saying.
Oh, my final comment is don't price my people out of my district. Don't borrow my future of my muckles and their opportunities, because this is never going to change, and the model we're using won't change the future. It'll just make it harder.
And that's what local government's been telling central government for some time, Justin. That doesn't matter where they go, they're always going to have this issue. And I would say that we're on the below average side in terms of that rates amount rather than at the top end. Well, it's, look, I couldn't agree with you more, but by the same token, we have got to look after the interests of the district all over. That's our mandate, and we have to do what we think is best for the district. I still believe that going to Palmerston North or Fielding or Wellington or something will actually cost you a heck of a lot more than living in a place like this.
Also, I was going to take a different view to you there. I thought it was important tonight to get a signal about whether people are, I won't say comfortable, because not comfortable, but want to stick with the plan, like give an indication of stick with what we've indicated in the LTP or something else, because I think it's be important to get that signal in terms of the something else, because like Mike said, but yeah, there are of course there are things that we could further throw into the mix in order to bring that number down, but I think the responsibility sits with the elected member to bring that to the table. I think the direction isn't for staff to go away and find additional savings. I think, if anything, it's going to be elected member driven to say, I don't think we need these things. And then there needs to be a collective discussion and direction then staff to go, what is the impact if we cut that? That's how I think that might work. But yeah, I think it would be useful to get a signal now, are people thinking, is the appetite to stick with the plan as we've already gone through, or is it something else, something less? Because I think it's just an important signal we need to give. It's not saying fixing on a number, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
While I hear there are cuts that could be made, we spent time with Jacinda going through what we understood the financials to be, and participating. We've all still got it on our computers about what if we cut this, what does that look like, and what does that total to, and like I've always said, I'm here for mokopuna decisions. I'm more likely to be able to pay these risers than my mokopuna. They're not going to be in a position to pay this sort of money. I've always said, for me, it's been many, many years of underinvestment in our community is why we're spending money today. Yep, again, there could be some little things, as you say, Mike, that we could review. But to find a 5%, I'm up for anything if we're going to give it a go. If it's only to prove to ourselves, once again, we've done our due diligence, that we went through line by line again to try and find a savings for our community. But, like we did was it May, when we did the last one, if we're unable to find it, and we may not come to all agree on what could be cut and what couldn't, that's just democracy, isn't it? Everybody gets to vote on what you want. But I'm up for the challenge if we're going to go back through it. I just don't want to keep doing this over and over. I know our community is hurting. I know that this is another rise, but since we've got into this position on council, those are the hard decisions that we're here to do. I know that our community are hurting, but we've got to weigh up what's going to hurt less. So yeah, for me, up for another go. But if we are able to trim some fat where we've got none, but if we can trim some more, at least we can show again to our community, because they won't get it. It won't be enough. But at least for us, as elected members, we can say, well, once again, we did our best to try and trim the fat. Oh, gee. But yeah, so I mean, I'm happy that we did our due diligence last time. But if we're up for it, then let's get onto it to see if we can find some trimming. And but yeah, I just don't want to have to go through this, because I know next year it's probably going to be another rates rise that we're going to be looking at. So you know, we've done this. What we did at LTPA, and we've done a LTP. We're potentially going to do an LTPA again. So, like, you know, and to me, that's the trimming. We're using staff's time to go back through things we've just gone through. That costs us. So anything we're looking at saving, we have to be mindful that we're spending what we're trying to save. So, yeah, I know, but I don't, yeah.
Hey, look, I'm mindful I wasn't here for most of it. I get the general gist of the conversation. For me, it's probably very much about sticking to the plan. If there's some operational benefit, I guess, when we talk about, you know, some basis points coming off as far as interest cost goes, I think that's beneficial, and it will be beneficial, obviously, for our ratepayers. But currently, I think we need to stick to the plan and just try and cut costs where we can. But it would be my drive.
I think I suitably sat in the middle and said that I'm happy either way. If we can find stuff to cut, sure. But I don't think there's that much left. But I'm open to radical ideas if people have them.
Oh, I think that acknowledging the I suppose the spirit of the conversation in terms of the impact that this has for our community. What I'm hearing is consensus around alignment of the plan, but what I'm also hearing is a call for ensuring that we don't apply apathy to our work. And so, you know, and I probably want to reiterate that even though you know, we're in year 2 of an LTP, that doesn't mean, like, already the conversations with our senior leadership cohort has been drill through your budgets. If you find anything, like, come and have a chat, because otherwise I'll be looking and I'll come have a chat. But so yeah, I want to give you that confidence that we're not saying to the organisation, "Oh, just leave the budgets as it is, Kate Pie." We are asking the organisation to check, validate, make sure there's no mistakes, make sure that the zero-based budgeting process which we applied, that there's nothing that has sprung up. I think your suggestion, Sam, around if councillors have particular things that they want to raise with us, absolutely do that. And you know, I think for the council table to have a conversation and then give us guidance about whether you want to do any more work on that. And as Jacinta said, there's work happening inside the business. So in the coming weeks, we will know more about where we think it's going to land and what some of those more softer options are. But getting that guidance that actually we're not going and cooking up a whole lot of level of service changes or looking down the barrel of our LTPA without predetermining a council decision is helpful guidance about where we put our energy as council officers. And then, of course, a really clear signal, as I commented on earlier, around the non-rateable revenue, the making sure that whatever the outcome of this, we're really upfront and transparent with the community about the situation we find ourselves in.
Thanks, everyone.
Yes, go for it. Yeah, final presentation of the evening. Gave Justine some pre-warning. We're running about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Hoping to be on by about 6:10. So we'll try our best just to make up a little bit of time. Justine will step you through really what are the key changes through the bylaws. We thought it may be beneficial to touch a little bit more on where we've landed with the trade waste section. But in the interest of time, perhaps we whip through the presentation and just take some questions at the end. Ideally, this would have been our last touch point with council ahead of you seeing the bylaw at a council meeting for adoption. But I suppose don't feel that we are rushing you through this evening, and you won't have an opportunity if you do want to pull through some of the more detail in the bylaw and connect with us with some questions after this evening.
Great, so the purpose of the workshop today is to discuss and seek feedback on the draft local waters bylaw. So we've provided you a copy of the draft bylaw as pre-reading. It has actually had an initial legal review which came back as quite positive. There are a few additional changes that they would like to make, particularly in relation to the fees and charges section as well as the enforcement and penalties section. So those two parts will be changing following the full legal review. The rest of the changes that will come from the full legal review we're anticipating will be reasonably minor and will be more linking to the current legislation. So making sure that everything is aligned. And it won't actually change the intent of what we're trying to regulate. So if by the end of this workshop there is comfort that there's no further discussion needed in a forum like this, we'll be returning to seek endorsement, as Daniel said, in November or December to start consultation with the community January to March next year. So we'll be able to remove a workshop that was tentatively scheduled for October. We have not provided a tracked change version of the bylaw, and the reason we haven't done that is because of the formatting changes have been so significant with the bylaw that it would have actually made it quite difficult for you to read. But we are working on coming up with a way to be able to show the community what has actually changed when we go out for consultation. So the questions that we're asking tonight are, do you agree with the proposed local waters bylaw, and do you have any feedback or suggested changes? Alright, so very quickly, this is the third workshop that we've held. We've previously sought feedback on the proposed changes to the water supply and trade waste bylaws, which are current, and we've sought feedback on the proposed inclusions for the new wastewater and stormwater sections. So the wastewater bylaw had revoked in 2022. We have predominantly used the current water supply and tradeways bylaws as the basis for the new local waters bylaw that we've sent through. We've also incorporated feedback from Morrison Lowe, and we've considered best practice examples of other bylaws and sought feedback from our internal council officers to identify the areas of proposed changes. Alright, so the first section of the bylaw is the introduction section. Overall, the changes include adding in looking at the requirements for the bylaw, the purpose, objectives, and the interpretation. The major changes include combining the purpose section together to cover off all the different bylaws, including the defined objectives, and we have updated a number of the definitions. These have mainly been updated in relation to the new acts that have come in since the previous bylaws. There's also been minor changes of updates for things like the definition of a working day has been updated to include matariki. Okay, so the next section looks at water supply, which needs to be read in conjunction with section F, which is the common requirements. So we listened to your feedback from the 11th of September, and we've ensured that there is no impediment in the bylaw to any innovation in relation to the requirement for a specific volume of water on the property. So example was the number of water tanks. So there's nothing in the bylaw that would prevent innovation in that space. We've also listened to the feedback that rural properties in an area already serviced by the council for household purposes shall be entitled to drinking water supplied by the council. This does need to be considered as well in line with the requirements that are in clause B1.11, and that includes that there must be adequate capacity within the supply system. So we would only be able to approve the connection if there was the supply there to be able to deliver it. And that any penalties will be considered as part of the rating review at a later date.
Is there a general understanding around the rules connection? Because I know that at the previous workshop there was a lot of discussion that we did effectively come up with two options around really ruling out any further connection, even if it was for residential dwellings in the rural area, if a pipe was outside the house, versus the scenario that we've landed on for the bylaw is that if there is capacity outside your property for residential dwellings, we would allow connections. And certainly from a rating perspective, we generally look to capture those rates if there is an ability to connect. So in a rural area, that does kind of align with that, providing there's some capacity. So that was really where we landed following that feedback from the last session and officers' advice.
Yeah, I've focused in on that for obvious reasons on this updated draft. And so the only question I have is, and so I'm quite comfy with the wording, as long as it's on the understanding that when we talk about capacity, existing capacity with the network, do we allocate capacity to subdivisions or developments ahead of them being completed, built, constructed? Because, so for example, like say we might have an application for a consent in Tararua Road, and it might be a long burn before the actual construction of the it's not a good example, but you get what I'm saying. Like there can be between the actual subdivision consent and the final construction of the property can be a long period of time, and so just want to make sure that the capacity isn't sort of reserved for certain things, and so therefore it wouldn't be assessed on that basis. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I suppose broadly, what we would be considering, we aren't looking at capacity to put water in the pipe. We would be assessing, in general terms, the ability of the pipe to provide the pressure to supply a household. So one of the considerations would be that if there was 50 houses on a street and in a 100-lot subdivision that's been approved in construction, when the officer does those pressure readings and calculation, you'd need to take account for it. So it's providing a little bit of flexibility just to ensure that we're not connecting houses that we can't actually physically get the water down the pipe. Separating the issue from the water that goes into the pipe, which is kind of a more global issue.
Capacity of the in-ground infrastructure rather than the ability to supply in terms of the availability of water allocation.
Correct, and particularly if there's a pipe that actually has the ability to provide water, we can connect another 50 ratepayers. Makes sense to actually, make that efficient use of that asset.
Yeah, no, that's a good question, Sam, because I was going to ask a very similar question about how do we know what is available to users and where and when we connect. And I suppose following on from that was how important are horizons in that regard, because what water is actually available in the district would determine, I'm sure, what you can develop. Do we get that data?
So that would impact all development, whereas this bylaw is specifically targeted at making a decision whether we would allow people outside the residential area that had a pipe outside their house to connect to that property, to connect to that pipe. So I think your question is more around, if there's not enough water to go into the pipe, do we need to stop building houses? That's kind of whereas this one is, do we allow people to connect? Is that? Yeah. So this is pipe capacity only, not can we supply the water?
Right, so the major changes in this section include adding additional clauses on the protection of source water, so that is section B5, updating the clause on connection in the rural waters, which we've just discussed, or rural areas. We updated water metering in line with the rollout of the universal metering, that's section B8, and we introduced the requirement for minimum internal lateral pipe sizes, and that is B1.11. And again, all the common components or common requirements were moved to section F.
Right. Justine, because the fire and emergency people have not finished their rules, I mean, this may well be done before they actually, talking to the fire guys on Saturday night, they're a long way off, they reckon, before they get their regulations all sorted and trying to change them. Will that mean that we're going to have to go back and revisit this in a year's time or 2 years' time when they finally get there?
If there are sections that we need to amend, it'll be reasonably straightforward to do that. We won't need to go through a full bylaw review, but we'll need to look at the scale of the changes about whether consultation may or may not be needed, but we shouldn't have to do this whole process again.
The discussion we had was specifically about access, especially to some of those rural lifestyle type houses, yeah.
Okay, so the next section is to do with wastewater, and this one covers acceptance of wastewater discharge, the point of discharge, blockages in the system, and damage or obstruction to the wastewater system or network. Again, this section needs to be read in conjunction with section F, which is the common requirements, and this section was almost fully based on the revoked wastewater bylaw 2015. Most of the changes relate to things being moved to section F, but the biggest ones were included a section on preventing damage caused by works in close proximity to pipes, and improved consistency around access to private property. That was improving consistency between the water supply and the wastewater requirements. So section D, trade waste. This section does need to be read in conjunction with section C, wastewater, because trade waste is one component of wastewater, as well as section F. The majority of the trade waste section is based on the current Trade Waste Bylaw 2015 and covers off the classification of trade waste, controls on discharges, registration and consent, cancellation of the right to discharge, sampling, testing and monitoring, and trade waste agreements. Our proposed changes include the removal of the controlled classification, introducing the requirement to register, prohibiting the use of grease trap converters, which would be for new grease traps being installed, and require monitoring costs to be paid by the trade business rather than by council. The introduction of a tankered waste permit rather than a consent, and the requirement for a state stormwater drainage protection plan to be submitted for certain businesses at the time that they're applying for a trade waste consent. We thought as part of this that we would just quickly cover off the plan that we have at the moment for operationalising the trade waste bylaw. We're going through a process at the moment of developing online forms to make it easy for people to apply for the consents. We're currently advertising for a trade waste officer who will be able to provide information to people about their specific circumstances, as well as looking at education and then enforcement measures if needed. We're also improving our internal processes to be able to manage applications, monitoring and inspections. And we've started working with our communications team to be able to develop education and information material so that we can communicate effectively to people what their requirements will be. We're also working with key community members to start to get feedback on how we can implement this effectively. This is implementing the trade waste regulations and why it's important for this to happen. And we're also working with other councils to understand best practice.
Do you mind going back to that screen one shot? Because I'm just sort of interested. You didn't really give us any reason like why we removed control. What was the purpose? And similar with the why would we move to permit over consent?
So the reason we're looking to remove the controlled classification is that there would be almost we haven't been able to think of a case where we would issue a consent that would not have a condition on it. So at the moment, when somebody applies for a trade waste consent under the current bylaw, they can either have a controlled or a consent, a conditional, a controlled or a conditional consent. A conditional consent just means that there is going to be a condition on there.
Control meaning is it different parties we have to notify, or is there no notification to anyone in those processes?
The process at the moment is the same.
I'm wondering if you're maybe thinking controlled in an RMA sense, whereas controlled with the trade waste permit effectively means someone just submits it and we say yes, whereas effectively what Justine's pointing out is nearly always we won't be just blanket saying if you submit it we'll just say yes. We're saying that's not really a pathway to get a permit. We'll be actually scrutinising your specific needs and we'll be putting some conditions around how you comply with your consent. But versus the control category is a sort of a hang up, making an assumption that there's no, like it's a rubber stamp basically, whereas we're saying we're removing that because actually we want to know a little bit more and we'll require people to submit the detail and we'll condition it accordingly. So it's a little bit different from an RMA process in terms of notifications. It's not a notification thing, but it's similar in principle that control kind of means you can do it as of right, almost.
So an example would be our pool. Under the current, the Live in Aquatic Centre, under the current bylaw, it would meet the controlled classification. But if we were to give the pool a consent, we would be putting a condition on it that they would be required to notify council before, say, emptying the pool, because we would have to manage that level of water coming into the wastewater system, and we may put restrictions on it and say you can only discharge X amount of water at a time. So that would be the type of condition that would go onto the trade waste consent.
Well, that goes, okay, I'll just think about it, but now I'm thinking about other types of materials or matter, and if we apply that same methodology, they can dump what they want into the system. I'm just trying to understand it, Daniel, that's all.
Yeah, they could if it was controlled, and we said, well, do whatever you like as long as you don't breach certain limits. Whereas what we're saying is actually we want to know, we want to manage it, we want to work with you. That's the message by removing that control. Because the control just really says do whatever you like.
Yeah, just before we move on from that, is the trade waste officer a new position, one, and the second question is, and how much a year are we going to pay for that?
So Mike, we wouldn't go into what the salary of a trade waste officer is. What council has to say is this is the service we want the organisation to provide, and then the chief executive decides the best way to deliver that. So currently we're basically either not doing that service or we're consulting that service out or contracting that service out. The fact we're going to employ someone to do the job, that's not the realm of council.
However,
You're hearing we're not doing it.
Yeah, through the long-term plan, there was revenue target assumptions set, and in order to achieve those targets, we actually need to mobilise, breathe life into that trade waste activity, which requires some resource. But some of the requirements that were seen up on screen is actually that cost will be passed on to the user as well. But in order to achieve that, we need a resource.
But maybe to answer your question, Mike, because I probably bit, is it's not a new role. The role was funded. It's just not filled. So the money is in the budget right now.
The other question that was about the tankard waste permit rather than a consent. The reason that we've changed that is because we were considering that our tankard waste operators are working in a similar way to our pipes. They are transporting the waste to our wastewater treatment plant, and therefore what we want is the requirements to, well, yes, they do sit on the operators, we want the business that is creating the trade waste to have the consent and be responsible for what they are then contracting a tankard waste officer to carry. Therefore, we've called it a permit for the tankard waste operators because they will have a slightly different set of requirements and information that they need to give to us to get that permit rather than a consent.
Oh, that's good to know, because then that's starting a process of tracking waste, perhaps, which is the same thing I raised in the last one, and I'm going to raise it again, about how are we going to manage and track the waste and ensuring that it's coming from our district. So I'm just going to keep saying it here every time.
Alright, so the next section that we looked at was stormwater. This section is all new because we haven't previously had a stormwater bylaw, so this would be new components that are introduced. And as we've previously discussed, there will be a significant crossover with the Horizons 1 plan, and we're attempting to work with Horizons to be able to make sure that we are not crossing over into the area that they need to regulate. This section covers off the protection of the stormwater network and environment, the stormwater discharge application, the requirement for stormwater drainage protection plans, and site development and site management. And again, those stormwater drainage protection plans are really aimed for our trade waste businesses, where we're trying to address the risk that we're having trade waste going into our stormwater. Right. So the common component section is now a reasonably large section that has combined the common requirements across all the local water services. We have edited these components for consistency between the different bylaws, and we've been working to ensure that there's a clear and consistent process for people to follow. So there's not something different for water supply to wastewater. So on the board you can see the sections that we have looked at. The changes that we've predominantly made have been to ensure a consistent approach. So there have been a few edits, but most of it is based on the previous water supply, trade waste and wastewater bylaws. Is there any feedback that anyone has?
You've done a great piece of work there, Justine, to be honest. I think this is far more comprehensive and detailed and taking the risk out of things that happen around the place. I think you deserve congratulations on it. Well done.
Can I just ask one question around the fire services stuff? And I don't even know if this is the right place to raise it, but just, we had a recent example where we had an asset moved and that was made aware to us. How do we trigger something in what we do to ensure that when we're working on those types of systems that it immediately triggers fire services knowing that we've done some sort of work that may have changed or affected an asset of theirs? I'm using Eastern Park as an example at the rugby grounds. So that's just recently come to light where they couldn't use a hydrant because we had actually moved it and didn't notify them. So I'm just wanting to ensure that how do we capture that somewhere in this so that we're always notifying them when we are working on or around their assets of that sort of nature.
I can jump in there. That one was in relation, obviously, to Fox and Pool work, and to put it bluntly, we probably should have done better in that aspect if we were doing that work. And probably it's about closing the loop. And some of the other work that we do have good relationships with the fire service. Example, with we've recently taken chlorine gas away from the aquatic centre, and we're trying to arrange a site visit through. So we do have good comms. It's just this one we did drop the ball.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't a big brief. It was just making sure that whatever documents we use, how can they inform that this all naturally happens with that's all.
Can I just ask one last question? So A5.2, which is around the waiver thing, so it's kind of like an exemption process, and I gave some feedback at the last one, and I just wondered whether there's scope to look at any other council bylaws around having some more differently articulated criteria or circumstances in which a waiver might be granted, because I like the wording in here is you can waive full compliance with any provision of this bylaw where council is of the opinion that full compliance would needlessly cause significant harm, loss or inconvenience to any person. Like, it's quite the circumstances of, I don't know, it feels like it's, I guess, with quite significant inconvenience. And so is that financial inconvenience? Is it like, so I don't know, like whether there's just something more we could frame up to make that tighter but also clearer about the circumstances, because the onus will always be on the person seeking that relief. But I don't know, could I leave that with you to potentially look at whether there's other options on that?
Yes, I can raise it when we do our full legal review. I think they'll be able to, Simpson Grease will be able to provide some advice on rewording that. Just before we go on to the next steps, is there any other feedback from anybody? All right, great. So it sounds like there's a reasonable level of comfort that the next point that we'll be returning to council will be in either November or December. We will be getting a full legal review following this meeting, and we'll be considering the approach for the significant consultative process. We will be aiming to still commence the consultation activities January to March next year, and we'll be looking to hold hearings April to May and looking to have the new bylaw in place around May to June next year. Great.
Thank you.
No.